Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
The stars were clocking out after another productive night, just as the sun was getting ready to begin his daily shift in the sky. Ed always rose before the sun did, when the warm colors of the day had not yet conquered the cool colors of the night in their eternal battle. The pride of being one step ahead of the rooster is what always gave the 67-year-old man the energy to pull back the sheets and pull up his boots. Once the worn-out leather, cut, cured, and creased by Ed himself, was fitted loosely around the farmer's shin, he gently set his eyes on the woman still asleep in his bed, the same one he had married 47 years ago, back when a fella would take his gal dancing instead of to a drive-in theater to see a cheesy sci-fi flick and try to cop a feel. The kids today with their leather jackets and oily hair would never appreciate the feeling of laying their eyes on the pretty stranger in the jazz club for the first time. How her short blonde hair bounced as she Charlestoned up and down the dance floor. How the chandelier's reflection onto her pearls made them gleam brighter than the stars above. Ed hadn't seen those pearls in an eternity, and he wouldn't recognize them if he had. The years being smothered on the inside of the plywood jewel box had caused their once mesmerizing aura to grow stale. Ed squinted at the stagnant shape of his wife lying in bed, straining to recognize the woman he had fallen in love with back before the skip in his step was replaced by a limp. That limp accompanied Ed down the hallway towards the kitchen. He brewed, then poured his coffee. He drank it black, so black he could see the reflection of his nostrils getting closer and closer as he brought the mug up to his quivering lips. He drank the beverage slowly, letting the steam travel up his face and seep into his pores. He allowed the caffeine to gently ease him into the morning. It told him that the time for sleeping was over and the time for working was now. Ed didn't argue. When the last drop of coffee had settled in his stomach, Ed made his way through the kitchen over to the back door. But before he had reached the handle, something caught his attention. Standing just inches in front of him was a grizzled old man. As Ed continued to stare into the mirror, he felt the smooth patch of skin on his head where his Bing Crosby-style haircut used to sit. Half a jar of pomade still sat in the back of Ed's medicine cabinet, but years of neglect had caused it to crust over, sealing the jar shut. Ed refused to throw it out, as if one day he'd wake up and find his hair back on his head, growing stronger and blacker than ever. He never would. Once Ed had familiarized himself with every new wrinkle on his face, he stepped outside to greet the rising sun. The dew on the grass glimmered as Ed reached for the rusty bucket. Ed followed his daily routine so meticulously that if he were to stray from it, the world would probably spin off its axis. In sequence, it was to milk the cow, feed the chickens, get their eggs, eat breakfast, plow the fields, eat lunch, tend to maintenance, eat dinner, shut the coop, lock the barn, listen to a radio program, fall asleep. This was the way it was done. As he lumbered over to the barn to cross off the first item on his mental checklist, his eyes scanned over the land upon which he had built his humble life. Suddenly, Ed became fixated on a particular patch of this land, sitting directly under the rust-colored barn. The ground surrounding the rickety house wore a decaying yellow coat. Dead grass. The area gave the impression of a sand-colored island in the middle of a vast green sea, perfectly isolated in its own bubble. It had been raining all week. The mud caked on Ed's boots was evidence of that. How is it that this one 2,000 square foot perimeter was left parched? As Ed drew closer to the barn to investigate, the grass crumbled beneath his feet, leaving a trail of dust in his boot prints. He reached for the barn door with a shaky hand and drew back the withered wood like a curtain. Upon stepping into the barn, where he was usually greeted by an orchestra of friendly moos, today he was greeted by the sound of tortured grunts. Ed only owned one cow. He got his butter and cheese from Al's grocery in town, so he only needed the cow for milk, which he drank with dinner, or on the rare occasion his wife would bake a batch of cookies. The cow's name was Dottie, and she had lived in Ed's barn since he had bought her at a rancher back in '53. Every day, Ed looked forward to visiting her in her stable and seeing what her udders had to offer. He found it relaxing, sitting on a stool next to her. He'd ask her how her morning was going, and she had always responded with an enthusiastic moo. Today, Ed didn't need to ask to know that Dottie's morning was not a pleasant one. When he saw Dottie, his eyes widened and his bucket fell to the floor, the sound of the drop masked by the hay. Her eyes were bulging, bloodshot, throbbing blue veins pushed against the milky white film of her cornea as if about to burst through. She was convulsing on the ground, turning and rolling over herself like she was trying to get something off her skin. The noise she made, almost shrieking, was no sound Ed had ever heard a cow make before. Like something was caught in her throat, so much pain in her yelps. Then he saw her legs, twisted and mangled, bones piercing through her skin. Her once white fur was now painted with dark, grimy blood. Her hooves were red and glossy. It looked like the outer layer had been scraped off, leaving the tender inner layer exposed to outside. Ed felt dizzy. His mouth was dry. All of a sudden, his heart and lungs were lead, weighing him down. He turned towards the barn's door, leaving his mutilated companion behind. He ran towards his house as fast as his 67-year-old legs would allow, leaving another trail of disintegrated dead grass beside the first. As he got closer and closer to his home, he could make out the silhouette of his spouse preparing his breakfast through the kitchen window. He couldn't let her see what he had. Ed threw himself through the side door with his mind set on one thing, pushing away chairs, tables, and any other unfortunate object that stood between Ed and his shotgun. 12-gauge, double-barreled. The recoil on it alone was enough to pop an arm out of its socket. Ed pulled the weapon down from its place on the mantel, tearing the cobwebs that linked it to its stand. He blew the dust out of the barrel and loaded it up, ignoring his wife's frantic plea for an explanation. His hands familiarized themselves with the steel as Ed rushed back to the barn, his mind caught up in the dread of having to kill one of his animals. The meat Ed and his wife ate also came courtesy of Al's grocery. Even when Ed's animals would die naturally, he wouldn't eat them. The shotgun he held was passed down from his father and had simply been a decoration on Ed's mantle for the better half of 20 years. Dottie's anguished howls were now so loud Ed could hear them from the outside of the barn. Ed could feel her pain more and more with every step he took towards her. He found the cow the same way he had left her, and the ounce of hope he had had that when he'd return she'd be better was bulldozed. Ed attempted to take one final look at his cow, but that deformed, bludgeon mound of flesh, bone, and blood that sat in front of him was not the cow he had come to love. He pointed the gun at what he was barely able to identify as the head and gritted his teeth. Ed didn't have the words or the time to send his friend out with a proper farewell. He just knew it needed to be done. With all the muscle he had that wasn't overcome by emotion and terror, he slammed the trigger back. The barrel erupted with the force of a wrecking ball. Shotgun pellets and skull fragments exploded out the back of Dottie's head with such power they got stuck in the wooden wall of the stable. A sense of calm washed over Ed as the splattered blood and brains of the cow dripped down his face. Emotionless, Ed walked inside, sat down, and ate breakfast, his face still sopping with Dottie's blood. Ed didn't finish his chores that day. Instead, he phoned the sheriff and explained the story. He asked the sheriff if he could come down and investigate to hopefully find an answer for what had happened to Dottie before Ed went in to check on her. The sheriff, a stocky man around Ed's age, give or take a few years, arrived at the farm around 1 p.m. Ed greeted him solemnly and began walking him in the direction of his deceased cow. On their way to the barn, Ed noted the circles of dead grass, not wanting to leave out any details. The sheriff didn't seem interested at Ed's mention of the farm's vegetation. They smelled the cow before they opened the door, and when they did open it up, the stench of death hit them like a brick wall. The rotten stink pushed back against the two men as they walked towards the source. It was trying to keep them away. Flies had already started to migrate onto the fresh carcass. They were so busy gnawing away at the cow's exposed innards that they didn't notice the two men choking back vomit at the side of the body. The reality of the situation finally instilled itself in Ed, and his eyes began to sting from tears. The sheriff, who was no stranger to gruesome aftermaths, still noted how he had never seen something that grisly. He was quick to conclude that what had happened was not an act of God. Probably some deranged sociopath who likes to see little things get hurt. Probably too afraid to go after people 'cause he's worried someone will pull a gun and his head will end up like Dottie's. Ed couldn't do anything but nod. Look, y'all lock your doors tonight and keep that 12-gauge handy. I'll come back tomorrow around the same time to check on you and your missus. I'm sorry for what happened. There's some sick fucking people out there. Dottie just happened to get in the way of one. Again, Ed nodded. Once the sheriff was off the property, Ed's wife tried to get an explanation out of the dazed man. Cow was sick. I put it down, were the only words she got. The couple crawled into bed that night trying to act like nothing had changed, imagining Dottie was still in the stable, setting in for the night, instead of in pieces, covered in dirt. Out of an old habit, Ed tried to push his hair behind his ear, but when his hand reached back, all it was met with was a rough scab. He scratched at it, and painlessly it came off. He brought it to his eye. It was dried blood. Some of Dottie's he must have missed when rinsing it off. Ed stared at the blood, the last bit of Dottie left. He rubbed it back and forth on his fingers until he fell asleep with it still on his hand. He was awake. He couldn't move, he couldn't feel anything, but he was awake. Silver light surrounded him. He was drowning in it. He looked down. He couldn't see his body. It wasn't there. But he was awake. He was conscious. The silver light continued to pour over him, and he started to hear ringing. The ringing was coming from within, but he could still hear it clearly. It reverberated in the inside of his skull and traveled down, filling his body up. His whole body was ringing now, and he regained a sense of his existence. He could feel, tingling, stinging, burning. He was paralyzed. He could feel everything but do nothing. His skin was on fire. The ringing intensified and the silver light got brighter. Then he felt a touch on his forehead. He was himself again, his sight, his skin, no ringing, no silver. He was acutely aware of himself. Things he never felt before were suddenly all he could feel. His blood rushing through his veins, the marrow within his bones, all of his nerve endings connecting back to his brain. Then another touch on his forehead. No more feeling, only sight. But his eyes weren't open. It was like what he was seeing was being projected to his brain directly, and he was incapable of turning away. Then his wife appears. She stretched out on a table. Her mouth was open, her eyes unblinking. If it weren't for the slight rising and falling of her stomach, she would look dead. With his eyes stuck on his seemingly comatose wife, Ed watched as a long gray finger hovered over his wife's head and slowly tapped her forehead. With that touch, the skin on her forehead began to part as if being slit with a razor down the middle. Ed winced, expecting to see blood, but there was none to wince at. Her skull was now visible, pearly white as if it had been polished. The finger returned over her head. Once again, Ed watched as it lightly touched the naked bone between the separated flesh. A crack formed in the skull and started to widen. The skull began to split further, like someone was driving a chisel down in the center of the woman's head. Ed tried to close his eyes. If he could, he'd dig them out, but the image of his suffering spouse prevailed. There was now nothing shielding her brain from the outside world. Ed knew what was coming next, and he braced himself to see that leathery finger stretch out once more. Like clockwork, it slowly emerged from just beyond Ed's visual horizon. This time, when it touched the woman, it stayed. The finger applied pressure into the woman's tender brain, pushing harder and harder until a well formed in her frontal lobe. It pressed harder. The finger was now submerged in the brain. The point where Ed couldn't take any more had long passed. He had become a vessel of himself. He looked past the image, through it like a window, focusing on the other side and not on the glass in front of it. The silver light returned, flooding Ed's vision. His wife was gone. Ed shot up in his bed, sweat pouring out of him as he hyperventilated. The window was wide open. The stars were gone. Nervously, Ed turned his head to his right. There was his wife, sleeping soundly, her back facing him. Ed's heart stopped racing, and he relaxed. He made his way down the stairs, hoping that his coffee would clear his mind of the event. If anything, the coffee convinced him that what had happened was a fact, and not just a product of grief and an overactive mind. He needed fresh air. It would clear his head once and for all. He began his walk to the door, and like always, was met by his reflection. Today there was a new addition to his face. In the middle of his forehead was a scar so subtle one would guess it had been obtained during childhood. But this scar was new. No amount of coffee or fresh air was going to help Ed now. He stumbled back into the wall with a pounding headache. Then he remembered his wife. He traversed the stairs 2 at a time, unbothered by the effect a stunt like that would have on his fragile body. The door to the room flew open, and Ed tore the neatly tucked cover from the bed. He reached his hand out and touched her arm, the same way he had done it on their first date. He rolled her over to come face to face with a scar identical to his own. Neurotically, he shook her by the shoulders, trying to wake her up. Her head rolled back, and so did her eyes. Then her mouth opened, and she let out a guttural shriek that Ed recognized from in the barn the day before. Ed stepped back, hand on his mouth and tears in his eyes. His wife started furiously scratching at the wrinkled skin on her arms, not stopping when it drew blood. The screaming continued. It drove Ed mad to hear the woman he loved in so much pain. He couldn't bear it. He needed to make it stop. He went to the mantel. When the sheriff arrived at the farm to check on the man and his wife, he stepped over the dead grass that now surrounded the main house. His knocks were met by silence. He tried the door. Unlocked. The sheriff drew his weapon without hesitation. A familiar smell crept up his nose as he ascended the creaky stairs. At the top, he could just make out the sound of sniffling. The sheriff pushed open the bedroom door to find Ed on the floor, clutching his shotgun, covered in blood. This time it wasn't from cattle. Ed wept, his tears falling down to the floor and pooling with the spilt blood of his wife. Ed looked at the sheriff directly, his eyes filled with guilt, as if begging the sheriff for help. Ed was tried in court. He pleaded guilty without trying to explain what had happened. He wasn't confident it even had happened, and even if he was, he sure as shit didn't have an explanation. Ed was sentenced to death by the electric chair, a fate he welcomed with open arms. He was done with the world. Everything he had known to be fact had crumbled with the dead grass. He couldn't picture his wife without that scar, without thinking of that silver light, that gray finger. Everything before that night was gone. Now Ed sits in his cell on death row, staring out the window while he eagerly awaits the executioner. Every night, Ed can see the stars through the windows. His forehead throbs as he stares blankly at them beaming down. He knows they're staring back.
Day 1. Desolation. My arm is a river of blisters, and so I cup a hand to my forehead and squint against the brilliant evening surf. It's hard to make out through the heat waves dancing off the ocean, but it's there in the distance, a fringe of green capping a pale, wave-battered coast. Palm trees and white sand, the thing I never thought I'd lay my eyes on again. An island. I knew it, I whisper. Oh, my God, Alicia says next to me, her face a mess of peeling skin. Eric, you were right. Little good it does us here, Patrick mutters, heaving the ruined life raft the last few yards before slapping it down on a pair of sun-bleached rocks. Goddamn coral came out of nowhere. He tugs his aviators lower, bloodshot eyes cupped in two pasty white circles of flesh. It's got to be a couple of miles to that island, maybe more. I just hope we can get that raft fixed. What is this, anyway? A sandbar or something? Alicia asks, surveying the thin strip of land we're beached on. An islet piled in rocks and sand, and not much else, save a scatter of grass bunched along with the tide in glistening pockets. No, an atoll. Patrick points over his shoulder toward the low stone ridgeline disappearing beneath the waves in spots, and rising above it in others, looking like the spine of some enormous creature slithering through the surf. See how it circles the island? There, and there? You're looking at an ancient volcano. And we're stuck on the rim. We take shelter next to a low shelf of rock and watch the sun die a slow death in the horizon. An angry red eye drowned in a blaze of orange and yellow. Beneath it, the ocean's flat. It's a rippling, endless mirror, all of it one terrible display of beauty, waiting to devour us like it did Hannah. Still, I can't help but think how much she would have loved this view, even now, here at the end. God, it's so beautiful, Eric, isn't it? The thought stirs an ache in my chest. A deep, throbbing loss like my heart has been carved out with a dull spoon. One of nature's cruelest jokes, Patrick says, ripping me from the thought. I glance up. What's that? All this water and not a drop to drink. Well, at least we don't have to sleep on that awful raft again, Alicia says. That awful raft. I grit my teeth at the comment, at its vanity, here, now, in all this emptiness, as if the ocean cares about her in the least, or any of us, for that matter. I glare at her, a jab out of my mouth before I can stop it. You mean the thing that kept us alive for the last 2 weeks? Her eyes harden and she holds my gaze. She wants to tell me it's my fault. What happened to Hannah? She's wanted to since the boat went down. I can feel it every time she looks at me, hear it in her below-the-breath retorts. You would say that, wouldn't you? She thinks I'm the one who killed Hannah, not the sea. That I'm the one who fed her best friend, to the waves. Patrick groans. Don't start, you two. Jesus. The last thing we need right now is more fighting. Here. He digs in the raft and tosses me a water bottle. Hands one to Alicia. Go easy with it. Only a few left. I catch the bottle and take a drink, the water spilling down my throat like a miracle. Another drink and my thirst rises like gas on a fire and rages at me to down the entire bottle in one gulp. It's all I can do to cap it and save some for later. The 2 cases of water we wrestled into the raft before the yacht capsized have dwindled to 9 bottles. 6 after tonight's provision. A bottle a day per person, no more. It's like I'm watching the countdown to my death in bottled water. 2 days left. Patrick reclines against the rock. We should get some sleep while we can. Is it even safe to sleep here? Alicia asks, eyeing the rising tide. He waves at a pair of boulders near the break. See that? We're above the salt line. The tide won't crest it, at least not tonight anyway. Sea's calm. Alicia relaxes and nuzzles in next to him, looking sun-scorched, her hair matted to her face in greasy strands. Even her eyes are burned, the sclera a cloudy salmon pink. Patrick isn't much better off. His ribs are practically slicing through his shirt, his face hollow and gaunt. Still, I can't help but feel a sudden shot of jealousy. At least they have each other. All I have is the fading memory of Hannah, flapping her arms beneath a white foam mountain, her mouth stretched wide in a silent scream. I scream back, screaming until my throat tore. I settle to the sand and stare up at the stars popping out in glittering bunches. Something off about the memory, a piece missing. Hannah's hand in mine, me pulling, fighting to wrench her back into the raft. The terror flooded her eyes, her face. Something rippling behind her in the water. God, why can't I remember? I buried the thought, and my mind drifted to Hannah when she was younger, her lips sticky, with something sweet from the movies as she pointed up at the night sky from the hood of my busted Chevy Camaro. Have you ever seen something so beautiful? I would mutter a no, though I was never looking up, only at her thinking, I don't care as long as I have you. A riptide, dark and black, pulls me under. Frigid water thrusts into my mouth, my lungs, something in the deep singing to me, calling me lower. I lurch awake with the breath of a drowned man, a sharp inhalation followed by 2 more. A gibbous moon drenches the atoll in a pure white light that looks like it was mined from the bone. Beneath it, the ocean shines like black glass, cut with ribbons of moonlight, and something else, a deep, throbbing glow floating through the waves. What the hell? I stand for a better look, convinced I'm delirious, that hunger and dehydration have finally taken their toll, but it's there all right. A soft, blue luminescence expanding and contracting through the water like a submerged heartbeat. Something about the motion sends flickers of static shooting through my vision, And before I know what I'm doing, I'm stumbling toward it, my feet bashing off half-buried rocks and cracking through dead spokes of coral. A voice hisses from the back of my skull to slow down, that I'm moving too fast, that I'll fall. Surely I'll fall. But it doesn't matter. Nothing does. Only reaching the shimmering pool of light in the water, the pulse familiar somehow, calling me closer. The smell of salt fills my nose. It spreads through the water in rich skeins of color and runs over the ocean floor like a pat of butter rolling around on a skillet. All the while, it thrums with a beat that mirrors the one thumping in my chest. A black rope of foam laps at my feet, the sea hissing over the sand and drawing back again in perpetual rhythm as I lurch for the glimmer of light. Ba-bum, bum-bum. The colors bleed around my feet. They're electric, unlike anything I've ever seen. Breathtaking blues and greens shimmer above the seafloor like a cloud of gems. They swirl faster, brighter, a shape forming, a hand blooming from the haze, followed by a set of frost-colored fingers. Hair. Eric! Patrick's voice snaps me from the trance. I turn, waves rolling over my thighs, my waist. What are you doing out there? I try to answer, but my tongue won't peel from the roof of my mouth. Sparks of light crash through my vision. I glance behind me for the glow, that strange throbbing pulse. But it's gone. Or was it really there? The thought ignites a sudden sense of loss, a deep need to see it again, to feel it. I blink hard and grow vaguely aware of Patrick working to his feet. Hey, you okay, man? I wave him off and slosh back to the shore, the sea frothing behind me as I step onto the sand. I'm fine. Sorry to wake you. He tilts his head. You sure? You all look fine. Yeah, I just needed to clear my head a bit. Couldn't sleep. Don't waste any more energy, he says, lying down again. We need to get the raft fixed in the morning. Yeah, sure. I mutter, following suit. A headache clamps over the back of my neck as soon as my head hits the sand. Tendrils of pain creep behind my eyes, the storm gathering, and I'm left wondering if the glow was real or just some waking dream. Day 2. Delirium. Steam bakes off the rocks and waves. I kneel next to Patrick with the patch material, the sun pinned to the sky above us in a white-hot ball of heat. Beads of sweat roll down my back as Patrick spreads a thin adhesive layer over the nylon and glances at me. So, what was that last night? What? The midnight dip. Oh, play dumb. Like I said, couldn't sleep. He gestures at me for the patch and I hand it to him. Hannah again? Yeah. Me too. He smooths the patch over the 6-inch gash and steps back with his arms akimbo. The pits of his shirt stained a dirty yellow. There, that should do it. So now what? I ask. Got it dry, then we test it. I rock back on my heels and stare across the lagoon at the island through a wet layer of haze. It reminds me of a painting. All earth tones with green oil brush strokes smudged together in the shape of trees. They look dense and inviting, lush. There's sure to be food there, and shade. God, what I'd give for some shade right about now. There's none on this sun-blasted strip of rock, save a small stretch of it running beneath the stone shelf where Alicia and Patrick slept last night. Where Alicia's still dozing, with an elbow cocked across her eyes, and one leg slung across the sand, looking lobster red. Patrick notices me looking at her and settles into a low crouch. Maybe take it a little easier on her, huh? I wipe a pair of sweat prints on my shorts. She thinks it's my fault. What? Hannah. No, she doesn't. It's just, you know how close they were. Give her some time, she'll come around. A bolt of anger cuts through me. He says it's like she's the only one who's carrying the weight of her loss. Like she's the only one who's lost something. Christ, Patrick. She was my wife. You think I'm hurting here too? He claps a hand on my shoulder, his eyes creasing. She was my sister. Look, I know you're hurting. We all are. All I'm trying to say is... What? I should have held on longer? Pulled harder? The words threatened to unleash the sudden dam of tears welling behind my eyes. I can't afford to shed tears with what little moisture is left in my body. I force my gaze to my hands and tell myself to hold it together, to breathe. I did everything I could. Eric. I let my name hang there, heavy and awkward, my throat too tight to speak. Patrick leans back and wraps his arms around his knees, both of us sinking into the sudden silence. After a moment, he shakes his head. You know, that's not what I mean, man. If I lost Alicia, he sighs. All I'm trying to say is we need to stick together if we're going to survive this. I get it. Play nice. Okay, I mutter. I'll try. He squeezes my shoulder and stands. Hang in there. It's all I can do to nod. We test the raft around noon. Patrick uses the foot pump to inflate the torn ballast tubes, and then loops a length of rope around the handline and hands it to me. Here, in case I hit a current. I'll just do a quick test run, then we'll head for the island. Sound good? I take it, and Alicia shoves the raft into the break. Try to avoid the coral this time. He flashes her a half grin. Very funny. I unspool the rope as Patrick rows, making sure there's plenty of slack, as he floats further into the lagoon. Alicia taps her foot next to mine, her eyes wide and unblinking as she watches the raft glide over the waves. She knows it as well as I do. If this doesn't work, if the raft fails again, we're screwed. You'll be fine, I say, an attempt at reconciliation. She offers me a weak smile. I know. He always is. He's one hell of a seaman, that's for sure. The best. And it's true, without Patrick, we would have not made it off the yacht, much less survived 15 days in the open ocean, with the sharks nipping at the raft like a floating appetizer. Same as Alicia and me. We would have killed each other 2 days in without him there to calm us down. She wraps her arms around her torso, rubbing them as if she's standing in the middle of a snowstorm. She's scared like the rest of us, and Patrick is right. We need to stick together if we're going to make it through this. I let out the rest of the rope, suddenly sorry for attacking her last night. Listen, Alicia, I start. About last night. I'm sorry, it's just been hard with... She raises a hand, her mouth in a knot. What is it, I ask. Something's wrong, look. I follow her gaze to Patrick, waving at us, gesturing wildly with his arms. What's he doing? I think he wants us to pull him in. Patrick cups his hand to his mouth in a shout. I should be able to hear him, but the only sound I can make out is the wind in my ears and the slow, low, easy slosh of the ocean. Eric! Alicia prods. Please, let's bring him in. Right, okay, let's do it. She settles in behind me and we heave on the rope. It snaps taut, the raft floating in place like it's made of concrete. What the hell? I mutter. Pull harder, Alicia says, her voice rising a notch. I nod and we heave again to the same effect, the rope snapping into place like a steel cable, the raft, inexorable, sitting there as though Patrick somehow anchored it to the seafloor. He spreads his arms like Alicia, and I have no clue what we're doing before shouting again. "What's that?" I call back. "Why won't it move?" Alicia says, jerking again. "I don't know. Here." I brace my legs and my feet, loop the rope through my hands for a better grip, and give it another shot. On 3. 1, 2. Before I can count it off, the rope rips forward out of my hands, and I smack off the water. A mouthful of brine punches the back of my throat, and I come up to Alicia, squealing and staring at a nasty pair of fiction burns on her palms. Buttons of blood bubble up through the cuts. Her eyes find mine and rim with tears. "Damn it," I say, moving for her. "Here, let me have a look." "What the hell are you two doing?" Patrick's voice spins me around, and I nearly topple at the sight of the raft, floating a few feet back. Patrick glaring down, swaying like an angry drunk. "You pulled so hard you tore the patch." Tore the patch? I open my mouth to respond, but no words spill out. It's impossible. There's no way we could have pulled that hard. And Patrick shouldn't be here. Not this close, this fast. "Why didn't you let go of the rope?" he asks. My jaw clicks into place. "You waved at us to pull you in." His eyes narrowed. "No, I didn't. I was screaming for you to let go. You two started yanking me back before I even made it 10 feet. That last tug nearly tossed me in the water. Patrick, there wasn't any rope left. We let it all out." A deep crease forms over the bridge of his nose. Somewhere behind me, Alicia moans and the crease melts. "Oh, God." He leaps from the raft, splashes me, and takes her hand into his. "What happened?" "We were trying to bring you in, and the rope just ripped us forward." She looks up at him. "Patrick, Eric's right. We let it all out. We weren't pulling you back. You were out past the reef, and you pulled us." We take the sun canopy from the raft and stretch it from the stone shelf to the sand, then anchor it with a pair of weed-strewn rocks. Storm clouds billow dark and formless on the horizon, cracks of lightning sparking in great white columns toward the sea. A gust of wind whips sand into my face. It scatters tracks of it along my arms and legs, like those blistered across my skin by the sun. The temperature's dropped 10 degrees, and I'm close to shivering, but not from the weather, from what I saw. Patrick paddling out past the break, the raft drifting out into the lagoon. Beyond him, the island as it loomed in a blurry smear. That first wild wave of his arms. Alicia and I pulled heavy on the rope. The mad yank back, my face slapping off the water. Alicia's cry. The raft somehow behind me, right behind me. Patrick fuming. I'm losing my mind. But I'm not, because Alicia saw it too. I grind the pads of my thumb and forefinger over my eyes. What the hell are we gonna do? Patrick stares dimly from his sun-leathered face, his usual easy confidence gone. He doesn't answer, and when I repeat the question, he runs a hand over his chin and looks at me like he's waking from a deep slumber. I don't know. I need to think on it some. For now, we stay put, conserve energy, and get some sleep. He hasn't said much since we pulled him in. Something off in his clipped answers, like maybe he still thinks I sabotaged him. That I wanted to keep us here, starving on this empty, sun-blasted patch of rock. I lie back and close my eyes as the rain begins to fall in a soft, steady patter, the sound hypnotic against the canopy, the air cool and comfortable on my ruined skin, a salve. Sleep takes me before I know I'm gone. I dream of Hannah, of her face, its shape oval, her chin smooth beneath a pale set of lips. Her eyes are luminous as they sink beneath the waves and fade to two pale blue coins staring up at me from the depths. And then those are gone too. My eyelids snap open. It's blackout, and for a moment, I think I'm back in Connecticut, in the safety of my room with Hannah, nuzzled warmly beneath my chin. A cold drizzle brings me back, and I sit up in a rush, eyes wide and staring through the pitch. The ocean froths along the islet, stirred by the storm. I can't see much of it, but enough to make out the faint glimmer of frozen light rising and falling within the waves. There's something different about it tonight, though. A section obscured in the shape of a man, a shape I recognize. A broad set of shoulders and a pair of stiff arms. A head angled down toward the water, staring. Patrick. I pat the sand next to me, filling the empty cup of earth where he should be. Next to it, Alicia snores softly, with her ruined hands cupped to her chest. I glance to the rain again toward Patrick, who hasn't moved, who hasn't looked up once, his shoulders heaving with each breath, his head bowed. I stand to shout, but something about his stance and the way he's gazing into the water, fists balled, is off. I ease back onto the sand instead and lie there, nervous, pretending to sleep until I hear him near the tarp. He crouches just beyond my feet, a heavy presence I can feel, and his head cocked to the side like maybe he's thinking about doing something. I have no clue what it is, but his posture, the way he's coiled there like a snake ready to strike, tells me it isn't good. After a time, he slides in next to Alicia, and I watch him until his breathing evens out, and close my eyes and hope for sleep to take me. It's a futile pursuit. I lie there awake and unsettled, until the sun crests the horizon and stains the clouds a deep blood orange. Day 3. Isla de la Muerte. I doze off sometime after dawn. My eyes are grainy and dried out when I wake, my throat burning with thirst. I clawed a water bottle, one of 3 left, and down the entire thing before working my way out from under the canopy. It's a gray day, the ocean unsettled and choppy, churning up whitecaps along the tips of waist-high waves. Beyond them, the island hangs shrouded in mist, looking like the shell of some massive ancient tortoise. A sudden stench fills my nose and pulls my gaze to the water where the tide is churning, along the bank in dirty foam pockets, bobbing off the break and rolling back again. Hundreds of bodies lie glittering across the sand. I narrow my eyes and struggle to believe what I see. Fish. Rows and rows of dead or dying fish. They flop along the shore with puckered mouths, their movement all wrong. Oily gray-pink patches trying to escape the water, flailing higher up the beach. Further down, near a black jetty of rock, I spot Patrick and Alicia talking in low, hushed tones. Patrick jabs a finger in Alicia's face and points over the water, his teeth cutting a white line as he speaks. Alicia reaches for him, and he slaps her bandaged hand away and glanced over her shoulder at me. The weight of his gaze renders me motionless, his eyes glowing like 2 burning coals. He shoves past Alicia and marches my way, his finger out and pointing, mouthing a word clear even from the distance. You! Alicia chases after him and grabs at his shoulder. He shakes her hard, and he falls, then regains her feet, yelling at him to stop. Still, he comes, his attention squared on me, muscling forward in long, stern strides. I take a step back, confused, something in his face telling me I should run. I raise a hand instead and curl my lips into what I hope is a disarming smile. Patrick, you okay? What's the... He hits me, and my knees buckle, a wicked uppercut that snaps my head back and sends me toppling. I don't see the blow coming, only barely registering the light explosion behind my eyes as his fist connects with my temple. I look up through a shower of stars in time to see his fist arcing forward once more, and then I see nothing at all. Moving. I'm moving. Sliding. No, that's wrong. Someone is dragging me, my body grinding over a bed of rocks. Sharp things chip at my feet and slice my ankles. There's a firm pressure, hands under my armpits, and I'm slumped against something hard. A looping tension slides around my chest as I struggle to open my eyes and fail. I try again, everything in a blur. Voices cut through the haze. A woman and a man's. The woman pleading with the man, telling him, "No, please, no. God, no!" A hard thud, flesh on flesh. Another, a choking cry. I have to wake up. I need to. Reality comes back in snatches. A roiling black sea, the smell of salt and rotting fish. Pressure around my waist, my wrists. I can't move, can't reach up to extinguish the itch burning over my scalp or the one cutting down my leg. A low moan parts my lips. You had to answer them. Why did you have to answer them? The voice worms its way into my brain from some faraway place. I crane my head toward the sound, one swollen eye shut, and find Patrick perched nearby on a piece of driftwood, staring at me with all the compassion of a trout. I'm tied to a long strand of rock, coils of rope strung around my chest and my hands. My legs are splayed toward the water, which is a good 5 feet below my feet, though I know it won't stay that way forever, certainly not through high tide. A splash of fear washes over me, and my tongue sparks to life. Patrick, what the hell, man? He doesn't answer, only stares back with his beard hanging in wild strings. His eyes have lost their anger, replaced with something decidedly colder. A decision made. I test the weight of the rope and try to free my hands. It's impossible. He's bound them in surgeon knots. Untie me, he blinks. You've damned us, Eric. What? The night the boat went down, you heard them cry out, didn't you? For Hannah. I didn't hear anything. Jesus, Patrick, what the hell are you talking about? They told me you'd lie. They? I say. You mean Alicia? He shakes his head. You heard them cry out. Open your ears. And fed them my sister. My jaw throbs, and I work it open and shut and clicks. I need to figure out what he wants and why he's done this. A blue slice of fabric further down the beach kills the thought. I race her back, tank top. Beneath it, a familiar pair of legs lie crumpled to the side. I look back at him with a hard swallow. Patrick, where's Alicia? He cracks a knuckle and says nothing. I repeat the question. Resting. He cracks another knuckle. And another. Oh, God, Patrick. What have you done? He shoots to his feet, lines carving through his forehead, his mouth, and his snarl. What have I done? Me? No, Eric, no. Ask yourself, what have you done? What exactly have you done? His lips are flecked with spit, his fists clenched and trembling, and I know he'll kill me this time if I answer wrong. Tread carefully. Honestly, I have no clue what you're. Hannah! I'm talking about Hannah, goddammit. They sang for her, and you answered. The missing memory clicks into place like a thunderbolt. The ocean was crashing and booming against the yacht. Hannah's mouth open, screaming at me to pull her into the raft. "Eric, don't let me go! Please don't let go!" Her hand and mine slipping, her eyes turning slick with fear. Then the light rising behind her, that faint blue-green glow rippling through the waves. A voice in my head. No voices. A legion of them urging me to let her go, to feed her to the waves. And I let her go. I buckled against the rocks, suddenly limp. Oh my God. Patrick's eyebrows arch. "Ah, now you remember." I feel myself nod, the weight of what I've done pinning me to the stone. I killed my wife. I sit reeling for hours, unable to speak, to move. I killed my wife. I let her go. The sun bathes me in its radiation and burns over my skin, as if focused on a giant magnifying glass. Strings of sweat turn to steam and rise off my shoulders to mingle with the stench of spoiled fish. It's grown unbearable, a sour odor trapped at the back of my throat. None of it matters. I killed Hannah. On the log, Patrick sits next to me, staring dead-eyed at the island, unmoving and silent because he's killed his. Near evening, I became aware of the water creeping closer to my feet. The color no longer green, now a pale gray. The consistency murky and dense. Fish washed from the current and over the beach. One a swordfish with its brilliant scales, blackened by something moss-like, its gills whooshing in and out in useless gasps. I stare at it and wonder if that's how Hannah felt when she took in that last cold lungful of water. Frightened and alone. Betrayed. My eyes burn at the thought, and I'd cry if I had any tears left. But I don't. So I just sit there cold and shivering, and wait for the tide to take me. Not long now, Patrick says. The first time he's spoken in hours. The sun cutting a pink sliver over his shoulder. They'll come for us soon. Who? The dead. Patrick, don't do this. Untie me. It won't help. We belong to them now. What does it matter then? Come on, man. This isn't you. Did you give Hannah a choice? Did you give Alicia one? His eyes turn to dark slits, and he glares at me. Don't. Why? Who made you judge and jury? Untie me. His jaw hardens, and he stands and points at the island. You did, Eric. You did. The second you gave them Hannah. They won't let us leave now. What I did for Allie, I did out of love. His mouth bunches and he wipes his eyes. They can't have her now. They won't have her. You made sure of that, didn't you? You didn't give her a choice. You're a murderer, Patrick. A wife killer just like me. Now untie me, you bastard. I spit the words at him like a mouthful of acid. He whirls on me, tendons ripping across his neck, his fist up and cocked. You son of a... The rock comes down hard across the back of his skull. His eyes widen. A string of drool leaks off his lips. He blinks hard, then crumples to the side, his head cracking off a buried spur of stone. Alicia stands perched behind him, with tears streaking her face, her skin the color of chalk. Alicia, I say, straining to reach her, bucking against the rope. Alicia, thank God. You have to untie me before. She lurches sideways with a groan. Her forehead is a crust of dried blood, fresh streams of it spilling from beneath her hairline and over her brow. Her pupils are dilated, shivering in place as her lips part to say something. All that comes out is a low, keening gurgle before she collapses to the sand. The water reaches my ankles first, and slides cold toward my knees. Across the slate-colored water, the island looms dark and thick, the trees circling it in a dense green skirt. Alicia lies motionless beside Patrick, both staring up at me with dead eyes. A sudden sob works its way up my throat. All I want is to rewind time back to the day Hannah came bounding into the kitchen with that daybreak smile splashed over her face. "Guess what? We're going sailing." And tell her that no, we're not. No way in hell. We're staying put in this house where it's safe, because I know what happens if we do. Grief engulfs me, and I sit there spinning in its depths as the water creeps even higher at my waist now, a memory ripping through my mind. The day I met Hannah at that stupid coffee shop downtown, her hair shining like sunlight as she bumped into me. "Oh, I'm sorry." I scooped up her coffee and offered to buy her another one, knowing there was something special about this girl even then. The thought sets me to bucking against the ropes, straining and ripping, desperate to wriggle from the knots. It's useless, even slick with my blood as they are now. Patrick tied them too well, too precise. One hell of a seaman, I thought, dully. When the moon breaks over the horizon, I'm close to freezing, so cold. I can barely breathe. Strands of seaweed lick at my calves. Slick things dart around my thighs and into my shorts before squirming out again. Flies ravage my neck and bite my eyelids as the water rises. It curls beneath Patrick first, then Alicia. They float face down with their arms outstretched, their fingertips brushing. I watch them with dread clogging my throat because I know I'll soon join them. I don't want to die like this. Not like this. Alone and roped to a rock in the middle of the ocean, soon to drown beneath it. Like Hannah. Something ripples across the lagoon. A deep, unearthly blue-green throb bleeds through the water like a cloud of smoke. Terror spills down my spine, thinking of the hand in those frost-colored fingers, that dark cloud of hair. I screw my eyes shut and pray for whatever God is listening to save me. It's a messy, frantic prayer, the words frothing over my lips like water through a broken dam. Please, God, save me if you're up there, or kill me quick. As if in answer, a loud crack splits the air, an earth-rendering sheer, unlike anything I've ever heard. My eyes rip open to the whoosh and rumble of the water pulling back, thinning. A mountain of sea spray pounds my face and my arms. There's a vast sucking sensation, a distortion of space as if I'm being wrenched forward over some great distance. And then I'm looking at the impossible. The island. The island lies right in front of me, separated by 10 yards of water. A belt of gleaming black sand. Palm trees scraping off one another, the leaves whooshing in time with the wind. Creepers, knotted and thick, wrap around their trunks and climb toward branches draped in long beards of moss. And deeper, hidden somewhere in the pitch, are pockets of emerald light shining out, growing brighter, pulsing. Ethereal shapes glide from the bracken and onto the sand, their movements stuttered and halting. It takes a moment for my brain to piece together what I'm looking at exactly. A sight that doesn't make sense. Corpses. Dozens and dozens of corpses. They slide from the trees in groups of 2s and 3s. Then more. Their numbers growing until I can make out a glowing wall of shredded skin. Their mouths are slung open, black caves uttering words I can't understand. The words grow louder and scrape across my eardrums, fizz hot in my blood. They're singing, I realize, as a harsh, biting melody carries over the wind and digs into my ears. They reach the tide and sway there with distended jaws and eyes so black, I wonder if they're sockets. They sing louder, and a sudden rage swirls through my chest. A primal need to consume something, anything. I watch, transfixed as one of the things sets upon Patrick's corpse with teeth like diamonds. The resulting crunch sends a fountain of bile racing up my throat. The others join in, swarming Alicia and Patrick like ants over a carcass, ripping, tearing. Their howls rise and pitch into a terrible cacophony that reverberates through my head as waves of brine wash into my mouth. I spit it out with a cough, and one of the things lifts its head in response. If I could call her that, it's a woman with strands of hair sprouting from a cracked skull. She stands and lumbers toward the water, followed by a pair of children, a boy in a tattered pair of doublets, and a girl wearing a moth-eaten gown. The woman stops at the water and cocks her head in my direction, the children sniffing at the air behind her like a pair of dogs, their faces pocked with holes through which I can see cords of rotten muscle and decayed tendon. No, I hear myself whisper. No, no, no. The woman spots me and bounds forward with a hiss. The children follow, all of them surging through the water in awkward heaving leaps, their mouths packed with those awful diamond teeth. They're no more than a foot away when a high wailing lament brings them to a halt. A figure emerges from the trees, a woman with a black cloak of hair obscuring her face. She screams again, and the things turn and scatter back to the beach. She passes them and smoothly slips into the waves, unlike the others. Something closer to human in the movement. As she nears, I make out a set of slender shoulders and ivory skin glittering with phosphorescent flecks of blue and green. My heart crashes like a caged bird as her hands rise to part the dark wall of hair dripping over her face. I stifle a cry. Hannah? Hello, my love. Her voice is like the wind. Something cracks within me. A feeling beyond grief, a heavy yearning to slip my binds, pull her into my arms, and never let go. Never, so long as I live. But something holds me in place. The woman I loved was blonde with green eyes, and this thing in front of me, this version of Hannah, is staring back at me through ice-colored eyes set deep within a face of pearl. How? I whisper. Her lips curl into a soft, pale smile. They needed me. They needed all of us. She gestures at the remains of Patrick and Alicia, scattered over the beach. I'm so sorry. My voice cracks. God, how I've missed you. She leans in and cups my chin. Her hands are like ice, her fingers cold and lifeless. And you. Salt washes into my mouth. I don't understand. What is this? Where are we? She places a finger on my lips. We're home. They, she says, with a wave toward the things watching us from the sand, are our family now. The water ebbs higher over my mouth, and I fight to pull in air through my nose. Hannah stays level with me, running a frigid hand through my hair. Breathe, she says. All you have to do is breathe. I shake my head, panic leaching into my bloodstream as the waves rise and swallow me whole. I jerk against the knots and scream, the rope slicing against my wrists and legs. Bubbles cloud my vision, my brain screaming for oxygen, for air. I grind my eyes shut. Hannah reaches out and cups my face, and I open them. She's floating with me, her hair hanging in the water like strands of spider silk. She presses her lips to mine with a smile, holding them there until the last few bubbles of oxygen work from my lungs and up my throat. "Breathe," she mouths, pulling back again. "Breathe." And with a final deep inhalation, I do.
Chapter 1. Costly Mistakes. Saturday, December 27th, 5:45 a.m., rural Arkansas. Confusion swirled inside his mind while trying to open his eyes. The lids were stuck. Did he drink too much after work? Take a tumble down the front steps? He didn't remember having any beers or shots of tequila, so why the hell was he so sore? Licking dry lips, he winced at the bitter taste. Copper. When did he bite his tongue? Why was he so disoriented? A noise caught his attention. Drip, drip, drip. A weird moan startled him. It was too low and deep to be Colette. Maybe she caught a cold at the hospital? Snuck into bed to surprise him after her shift ended? Perhaps that's why he was so sore. Did he spend the night bumping and grinding while half asleep and didn't remember any of it? What was the awful smell? "Babe?" No response. Drip, drip, drip. Eyes finally opened. It took several seconds to adjust to the surrounding darkness. He wasn't at home in bed. Colette wasn't beside him. He was upside down, tethered by the seatbelt, cutting into his lap. Early streaks of the sun touched the remaining dark edges of the morning. Blood dripped from his chin in a steady stream. The disgusting odor rose from the dead body inches away from his own. A rush of memories flooded his mind. Vehicles clogging the roads, accidents, smoke, fire, glass, metal, and red. Gobs and gobs of red covering the ground. Hundreds of people screaming as they fled from things that simply could not be. Colette whimpering while he dodged bodies of the dead and the reanimated. The bombs. The destruction. Mass chaos. He puked, covering the ruined face of the corpse below him in a wet splash of hot gastric juices. Panic tore through his chest. He tried hanging onto the suicide handle with his left arm, but his body weight was too much. Landing on top of her, instantly contacting the coagulated blood and hot vomit, he scrambled out of the busted driver's window. "I touched her blood. Not good. The infection spreads through bodily fluids too." Despite the chilly air, he flung the coat onto the pavement. "Better to be chilly than a walking corpse." Blood dripped into his eyes. Touching his forehead, he winced. A gash several inches long started in the hairline, spreading all the way down to the eyebrow. He needed something to use as cover before the scent of fresh live blood cells alerted any dead lurking around. Bending down, he looked through the broken glass into the interior of the SUV. A hint of blue and pink rested next to the dead woman's outstretched hand. His mouth went dry while recalling how it got inside the vehicle. "Colette, where the hell are you?" Flattening himself on the ground, he stretched his arm to its limit. Bile rose in the back of his throat. Ignoring the wave of disgust, he latched onto the soft material of the baby blanket, yanking it free. No blood, thank God. After fastening it around his head, he snatched the canic and holster, securing the gun onto his waistband. Looking around, he stiffened. No other vehicles, no corpses shambling about on reanimated dead legs. He wanted to scream, kick, throw an epic fit, release the overwhelming sense of terror worming through his brain. He knew better. Remaining quiet so they didn't hear him was a must. Calm down and think. What did we... Oh yes, the chick and the kid. The memories of the young woman holding a toddler no older than 16 months as she climbed into the back seat made his guts rumble. Renee Kramer. She had run out of gas and had been walking for hours in the middle of the road, heading toward the nearest town to seek shelter and food. Where was the child? Colette. Why had Renee turned? Colette had gone over every inch of both mother and child, making sure there were no wounds. Think, idiot, think. What happened next? It's crucial. Renee downing an entire bottle of water, nursing the tyke, the smell of a dirty diaper, sounds of sniffling from the back seat. He had assumed she'd been crying, the weird mewling noises. Taking his gaze away from the road for a split second. Colette's piercing screams as he lost control and the vehicle went airborne. Then, nothing but quiet darkness until a few minutes ago. Studying her face, he noticed one shot above the left eye. Boom. Splat. Brain shredded, body dead. He checked the canic. Full magazine. Colette or someone else put Renee down after the accident while he had been out cold. There was nothing around but woods and a 2-lane road. No houses, no signs of life. He ruled out someone else putting a bullet into Renee's head. It had to have been Colette. Where are you, woman? The SUV was toast. Walking over to the passenger side, he noted streaks of sticky blood covering the seat. The backpacks were still inside, each stuffed with food, water, extra ammo, batteries, and other essentials. He grabbed both. Removing a flashlight, he scanned the interior and around the outside of the door. A piece of oddly shaped flesh on the ground about 2 feet away made his heart pound. It was an earlobe. He felt both ears, thrilled they were still intact. Glancing back at Renee's corpse, his guts knotted. She still had both. Oh God, is it Colette's? Acid burned up his esophagus. He had 2 choices, venture out on foot or stay put and wait. Hovering near the edge of a full meltdown, the words spoken to Colette during an argument when their first vehicle died and he procured another by deadly force haunted him. The last interactions with Colette whizzed by in a blur. Fleeing in the car after their hometown turned into a scene straight from an apocalyptic blockbuster, driving past strangers, friends, and neighbors, all screaming for help. Colette's grasp on sanity had snapped quickly. Kevin, stop. I can help them. No way. Too dangerous. If I slow down, we'll get swarmed. How can you just turn a blind eye to their suffering? It's wrong. You're stuck in the old world, not the new horrible one. It's us against everyone now. You help no one except me. I promise to do the same. She had clammed up, crying softly for what seemed like hours. Then their car died, and he killed a terrified couple changing a flat nearby and stole their SUV. Oh my God, Kevin, what have you done? Stop crying. They were infected. Yeah, I shot them, but now they won't be trapped inside a rotting corpse. I won't let anything stop me until I get to my parents. If I end up walking, so be it. Your choices are simpler. Ride with me or die alone. Colette finally agreed and insisted on driving because he couldn't stop shaking. His gut instincts said no, but his exhausted, broken mind agreed. Big mistake. Huge. While he slept, they came upon Renee and the kid. He woke up just as Colette pulled over. He flipped out. Colette stood firm. She had opened the door, hand resting on the grip of the pistol on her hip. I'm not leaving a child, period. If you try and take off, I'll shoot out the tires. Your turn to drive. I don't trust you having both hands free. Now her reckless decision left him standing in the middle of an empty road, alone and terrified, in a world gone mad. The absence of any sounds of humanity was terrifying. No distant highway traffic, no voices, no radio or TV chatter, no hum from the electrical wires above his head. Dead quiet. Did the government destroy everything the walking corpses didn't all over the United States, just as they had done in Arkansas? The world? Was the quest to find his parents foolhardy? Yes, but there was nothing he could do to change the decision. Stay put or move. Should I wait in case Colette returns? Anger ignited inside his gut. She left him alone inside the SUV. The nurse who claimed undying love and devotion didn't even bind his wounds. All she cared about was some stupid kid she didn't know, leaving him alone and unconscious with a dead woman inside a wrecked vehicle. Anger won out. He'd move. He wouldn't wait around to see if she returned. She was on her own from yet another choice she made, not him. Slinging the packs over each shoulder, he followed the faint yellow lines in the middle of the road. A green sign ahead confirmed he was on Highway 14 and Ridgedale, Missouri was 25 miles away. Dread thrummed in the back corners of his mind. He hoped Ridgedale was safe, but if full of rotting, hungry corpses, he'd steal a car or truck and keep going. Bearings back in full swing, he picked up the pace. He could do this. His elderly parents needed him to remain strong. Images of them huddled in the basement of their house, terrified and hungry, urged him to put one foot in front of the other. The rising sun provided enough light to keep an eye out for the dead. He grabbed a bottle of water and protein bar from one of the packs. After the third bite, a weird noise set his nerves on edge. Swallowing the last mouthful, he scanned the area. Something red caught his gaze. He didn't need to investigate. It was blood. Globs of still steaming crimson. Unholstering the canic, he tried recalling all the training he had taken over the years, yet drew a blank. Spiking adrenaline levels in the chilly air made his arms shake. The road curved left and up a small incline. Following the noise and trail of crimson, he steadied himself to take down what he had secretly nicknamed Mad Munchers. Topping the incline, he spotted a child's shoe. Oh, shit. Less than 10 yards away was a lump near the edge of the road. He recognized the jacket and mounds of auburn curls. Warm tears rolled down his cold cheeks. Please be okay. Please don't be a corpse. Please don't make me have to kill again. Her right arm was bent at an unnatural angle and turned the wrong direction. Maintaining a good 5 feet of space between them, he stepped around to the front of Colette's body. A pitiful gasp burst from deep inside his soul. The horrid, ungodly mess seared a hole clean through the remaining thin tendril of sanity. He didn't take time to determine which gnawed on the other. The mass of gore and blood between them was undistinguishable. No! Unhinged, he fired and continued firing until both reanimated heads were destroyed. Crumpling to the ground, he threw up. He had seen some crazy shit during the past weeks, but nothing as foul or disturbing. In that split second of time, he knew why Colette left. She did care. The toddler had been infected, so she whisked the kid away. Sweet Colette turned into a monster so Kevin could survive. Crawling away on all fours, he curled up into a ball and sobbed. This is the end. Heart and soul shattered. I'm all alone. I hope Mom and Dad are already dead, not reanimated. Dead. They don't need to live in this nightmare. I don't either. Fingers trembling, he raised the gun, ready to wipe away the horrors with one burst of hot lead. The barrel was warm as he placed it in his mouth, faintly registering the sound of a vehicle. He pulled the trigger. Click. I'm out of ammo? Fuck you, Murphy, and your annoying law. I'll win. I have more. Just need to reload. Hey, mister, put the gun down. Don't let your life end on the side of the road by your own hands when salvation's mere feet away. Are you real or a figment of my broken mind? You know, for a second I wondered the same thing. The man chuckled. Guess we both have an answer. Am I real? Yes. You look hungry, tired, and at the end of a dangerous rope. I've got a place nearby. Don't give up now. You'll feel better after I patch up the wound. Hanging his head in shame, Kevin whispered, I can't. I won't. The images of things I've seen and done. No, I can't handle it. Gravel crunched. A warm hand touched his shoulder. Memories fade over time. Let's get off this road before the unfortunates are drawn to the sound of the car or us jabbering. Mentally drained, Kevin allowed the stranger to guide him. They walked over to a beat-up Chevy idling in the middle of the road. "What's your name?" "Jordan. Yours?" "Kevin." Once inside the warm interior, he waited for his rescuer to slip behind the wheel. "Why do you call them unfortunates?" "That's what they are, unfortunate. Reanimated shells. I think the term is much better than zombies. What could be more unfortunate than the devil controlling your body and you're helpless to do a thing about it?" Staring out the window, Kevin sighed. "Those of us still alive are too. Unfortunates witnessing the end of all we know." Chapter 2. Uncertain Future. Saturday, December 27th, 7:15 a.m., rural Arkansas. "After what little I saw back there, I'm sure you've got quite a story to tell. I'm a good listener." Refusing to look into the man's luminous brown eyes, Kevin focused on the surroundings. Stained, peeling wallpaper, cheap laminate flooring, fancy coffee pot on the counter, ancient appliances. Overturned empty boxes of sugary cereal littered the dirty tile, and a lone frilly pink sock crushed into a tight ball next to his foot. The only bright spot in the house was pictures of 2 smiling children on the refrigerator. Both kids had adorable oval faces with mounds of thick curly brown hair and large sable-colored eyes. A large patch of dark burgundy near the front door, along with handprints smeared on the walls, made his stomach roil. Whose house is this? This was my sister's place. Oh, sorry. Don't be. You didn't know. It feels weird to be inside someone's place without their permission. Anything is better than being outside in the cold battling unfortunates. A roach slithered across the toe of his boot. Kevin scowled. The nightmare doesn't end behind closed doors. It's just a brief reprieve from the inevitable. I disagree. Jordan produced a first aid kit. It's cold in here, yet warmer than outside. Plus, the unfortunates haven't recalled how to open doors or windows. Not that there are many around here since we're in such a rural area, but when more head this direction as their food source dwindles, we'll be somewhat safe, I think. Eyeing the wood-burning fireplace, small stack of logs, and old newspapers, Kevin offered, I'll start a fire. No, the dead can see well enough to give chase, so it's not too much of a stretch to think they can smell. Whoa, that don't sound right. The dead smelling and seeing. Saying that out loud makes me sound nuts. Oh, I didn't think about the smoke beckoning the dead. Sorry, my brain's kinda on the fritz. After seeing the first aid kit on the dining table, Jordan removed the blanket. Once I patch you up and you eat, your brain will settle down. Hold still, this'll sting. Nasty gash you've got there. Was that upside-down red SUV yours? Yeah, smacked my head either on the steering wheel or windshield. Not exactly sure which. Good that it ain't a bite. This wound will heal. Silence fell between them while Jordan cleaned out the dirt and debris. Kevin zoned out. Jordan cleared his throat. George and Rita Greening. Huh? My sister and brother-in-law, Kyle and Kayla, were their children. Kids were straight-A students. They made the 4th grade honor roll. We were so proud of them. George and I owned a restaurant in Ridgedale. Rita taught kindergarten. Did they follow the government's edict and go to the local school? No, they didn't leave. Jordan nodded toward the back window. Kevin stood, peering out to the yard, an empty swing set surrounded by a large sandbox, small concrete patio with a barbecue grill, outdoor table and chairs. A tall wooden privacy fence encircled 2 acres of land. A doghouse designed to look like a replica of the main house sat empty under a pine tree in the far corner. Tamped down dirt marked with what looked like unpainted spindles from a picket fence. He mentally counted 5. His throat locked up. They were graves. Looking away, Kevin watched Jordan open a can of beans. There's too many to be just the Greenings. Correct. The thought of putting anything into his mouth made his guts rumble. He sat, ignoring the food, waiting for Jordan to continue. He jumped when the pitiful howl of a dog filled the house. Jordan stiffened. "What's wrong?" Kevin asked. "Nothing. Just making sure the wail came from the snout of a living dog and not a hellhound." If Jordan just alluded to the fact animals turn too, Kevin's brain would explode. "Sounds to me like I need to be the one listening to you talking, not the other way around." "Yeah, guess I do. We realized things were getting worse, so me and the missus packed up what we could and headed here. I'm not a mechanic, so I can't tell you what happened to our minivan. All I know for sure is it died. We argued about the best course of action. I wanted to grab what we could carry and make the rest of the trek here on foot. Claire wanted us to stay put. She was so scared, and so was I. Instead of showing kindness, I snapped at her. The racket we made attracted unwanted attention. Oh no. Claire had stage 4 breast cancer. Found out 2 days before all this. The doctor told us she had maybe 2 months, but I think all the stress of what happened accelerated the illness. While I was outside peeking underneath the hood, she took her final breath. I didn't know she had passed on because I was busy fighting off 3 unfortunates that popped out of the woods. Once I got back inside and found her, not sure what to call it. Went catatonic, I guess. Losing my precious wife, physically exhausted from the fight, sickened by all the blood, dealing with the fact I killed things once humans. Short-circuited my brain. When George knocked on the glass, I thought my heart would explode. I'm sorry to hear about your wife, truly. So many lives lost in such a short blip of time. I can't wrap my head around all this tragedy. We're living in the worst movie ever. Swiping at a lone tear, Jordan nodded. George helped me carry Claire's body here. They didn't follow the government's edict to head to the local school for shelter when things went south. They hid in the basement. George said the government never told the truth in the past when things were normal, so he had doubted they'd switched gears in the middle of a worldwide crisis. That assumption was right on target for sure. We were planning a trip to Ridgedale to scavenge for supplies to add what they already had stashed. Cocking his head in curiosity, hoping the comment meant he had stumbled upon a residence packed with survival gear, Kevin ventured, "Sounds like they were preppers. Any firearms? Ammo? Gas? Food?" Nah, they weren't preppers, just diligent about being ready for natural disasters. George grew up in Kansas and experienced numerous tornadoes when younger. I already checked the basement. No guns of any sort. There's about 1 month's worth of canned goods, extra clothing, bottled water, a gas-powered generator, and other such things, though. There's a generator? Why in the world ain't you using it? No gas? There's gas, yes. Not a lot, but enough to last a few weeks. The way I figured, if cold, I could always bundle up. In the dog days of summer, even walking around naked don't help to keep cool. Saving the gas for air conditioning in the summer won out. Kevin pushed the cold beans around in the styrofoam bowl, thinking about his parents. Me and my gal, Colette, were on a foolhardy quest to play heroes to my parents in Hawthorneville. Ain't such an easy undertaking like in the movies or TV. All it took was one wrong decision to help a stranger. It was a stupid mistake. What happened? We ran across a woman and kid. Colette insisted we help. Things didn't end well. It was utter chaos. I certainly understand chaos. I think everyone still alive does. Surviving another day means hands and hearts get sullied up. To continue on another day, I've done things I never dreamed possible. Thinking nothing could come close to what he had experienced, Kevin asked, "Such as?" Buster, the family dog, turned into a rabid, frothy-mouthed beast. He bit all 4 of my loved ones before I shoved a blade into his skull. George helped me carry his corpse outside, and we buried him near Claire. Rita stayed inside to patch up the wounds on the kids. Less than 15 minutes later, I shot everyone in the head. Buster's saliva infected them. Son of a bitch. You did mean that earlier. The disease crossed species? Yep. I'm sorry you had to go through such a thing. Trust me, I know that pain. They exchanged commiserating glances. Jordan took a deep breath. Enough bad news. I suggest we try to get some rest before darkness falls. Nighttime is when we need to be vigilant. This area is rural and full of animals. What used to be animals. I ain't rightly sure what to call them now. Shit. Kevin's stomach dropped. I can't believe it. Are you sure that's what happened? Maybe the dog had rabies? Positive. Jordan picked up a kerosene lantern from the coffee table. Let's discuss it later tonight while we struggle to keep our eyes open. We're going to be on permanent night shift. I don't sleep up here. There are 4 cots in the basement. Grab a blanket and follow me. Kevin tried, yet couldn't find an appropriate response. Instead, he nodded in solemn agreement, hoping sleep would take his mind to happier times, giving his brain a rest from soul-crushing reality. Once inside the basement, Jordan lit several candles. Kevin used the time to visually inspect the area, stunned at the vast amount of emergency supplies. The worry over food, shelter, and water was gone, at least temporarily. Eyeing several cases of Michelob beer discreetly hidden in the far corner, he smiled. Next to them were 6 cartons of Marlboro Reds. He had given up that nasty habit 3 years prior, yet just seeing the unopened packs made the old urge burst from his chest. Well, I'll be damned. Kevin grabbed a beer and pack of smokes. Extracting a slender cigarette, he held it under his nose. Any chance you've seen a lighter or matches? Jordan produced one from his pocket, along with a half-empty pack of smokes. He lit up before passing the disposable lighter. Like I said before, the Lord is watching out for me. He knew I couldn't make it through this mess without my one vice, nicotine. Kevin took a huge puff, coughed, and then a long pull of beer. Even saints become sinners in the apocalypse. Jordan settled into the makeshift bed. Ain't one of us in this world perfect. Besides, what's the worst that can happen? Lung cancer? Stroke or heart attack? Enjoy the last days of the old world, but not too fast. We gotta make the stash last. No telling how long it'll be before we find more, if we find any at all. Ain't like more's gonna get made. Kevin nodded. Though his head throbbed and his stomach felt as though he had dumped a gallon of bleach down his gullet, the nicotine pulsing through his system helped. For now, he'd embrace the companionship and creature comforts of someone else's home. But if things continued to slide downhill, he had no qualms about blowing his head off. None at all. He'd enjoy being alive, at least until they ran out of beer and cigarettes. Or bullets. Chapter 3. Decisions in the Dark. Sunday, December 28th, 9:45 p.m., Arkansas. Kevin shifted positions, hoping to ease the stiffness in his back and legs. The pleasant buzz from the beers he had consumed earlier was gone. He regretted eating the leftover beans. A full stomach negated the effects of alcohol. They had been upstairs for close to an hour, both bundled up in blankets and fresh sweats from the basement. Thankfully, George Greening was close to his size. They hadn't seen or heard a thing since coming upstairs, nor had they spoken a word to each other. Kevin watched while Jordan performed strange stretching exercises by the light of the lone lantern. Some of the moves looked painful. Others were executed so fluidly they were beautiful. When Jordan finished the odd routine, he settled down to the couch, crouching like a silent cat ready to pounce. Kevin cleared his throat. I never would have made it as a cop. Huh? You know, sitting in a parked car waiting for bad guys to show up. Didn't you ever watch any cop shows on TV? Never had much use for what was offered as entertainment. Music and books are my jam. I couldn't do it. Handle working a stakeout. Can't keep still or quiet long enough. Add in being stuck inside a car for hours, and I'd go nuts. I feel you. Kevin noticed the tremble in Jordan's legs. You did that while sleeping, too. Is that why you did all those funky moves? Jordan rolled his eyes. It's called Tai Chi. Is that some kind of martial art? Yes. It's an ancient Chinese way of helping with stress and anxiety. Some people call it meditation in motion. Does it work? Back in the old world, yes. Well, sometimes. It depended on why I was upset. The techniques worked fine for mundane, normal frustrations. Doesn't do jack squat for major life events like the death of my wife, so it can't touch an invasion of unfortunates. I'm doing it now more for keeping my body limber and in shape. Ain't no gyms around. Gotta remain alert and ready for whatever comes next. Running has always been my way of dealing with stress. I sure don't plan on hitting the pavement unless fleeing the dead. My other favorite anxiety killer is in cans downstairs. Best watch yourself. Fighting for your life will be difficult if inebriated. You might shoot and miss the target, which is a surefire death sentence these days. Kevin scowled. When Claire and I first got married, she complained about my shaky legs. Said it felt like a monster underneath the bed. I told her it was my way of rocking her to sleep. She said it drove her mad. Lord, how we argued about it those first years of marriage. She threatened to leave me a couple of times. I went to the doctor and found out I had restless leg syndrome. Started taking medication for it. Of course, I'm out of pills now, but she ain't here to complain. Guess it's a wash. Kevin raised an eyebrow. Seems a bit harsh for something you can't control. Leaving, I mean. I don't believe there was ever any real danger of divorce, but then again, who knows the mind of a sleep-deprived woman? Recalling how grouchy Colette would get when exhausted, Kevin chuckled. No doubt. It was just Claire's way of getting me to see her point of view. She had a way with words. She could wield them like a sword, cutting deep with their harshness. Or they'd be so sugary sweet you risked a diabetic coma. Lord, I miss her. I used to regret not getting married, but just couldn't seem to make that kind of commitment to a woman. Not even Colette. Are you ready to tell me what happened to her? No. Kevin stiffened. What little I shared is enough. I don't ever want to talk about the intimate details. Understandable. Some things inside a man's heart need to be left untouched. Kevin's stomach gurgled. It was time to switch topics. I noticed you brought bags upstairs earlier. Is that why you've been so quiet? Trying to find a nice way to tell me bye? Jordan stared out into the dark night for several minutes, legs bouncing faster. We should never go anywhere without the bags. Safety precaution in case we need to bolt in a hurry. At least one of us is a planner. My lack of thinking ahead irritated the fire out of Colette. I wonder how many people survived. I've been holed up here, so I don't know what it's like in populated areas. Based on what little signs of humanity we passed, the whole state's one big ghost town. Probably the entire U.S. The government came in hot, guns blazing, bombs bursting. I hate to say it out loud, but I have serious doubts my parents are alive. The urge to find them isn't as strong. Guess I've given up hope. Never give up hope, Kevin. Without it, you'll resort to doing something foolish like sticking a gun into your mouth. Next time we might have a bullet in the chamber. Kevin scowled. Nice. The last bit I heard on the news before everything went dark was something about a new flu-like virus. You hear anything different? Yeah, Colette was an ER nurse. She quit right in the middle of a shift, came home, and rambled on about some strange experiment by the government. Say what? Jordan gasped. Yep, the doctor used the word fungal. Bodies need to be burned, not buried. The disease can seep into the ground unless nothing but ashes. Burning a corpse is the only way to make sure it can't contaminate anything else. She never got to the part about the government's involvement because we had to flee. How this disaster happened doesn't matter. It happened. Now we deal with the fallout. Jordan stiffened while glancing over his shoulder toward the backyard. Oh no, guess the garden's out. We'll need to find an area that's far enough away from the backyard, but not too far from the house. Lord of mercy, what a nightmare. I wish it was a nightmare because at some point we'd wake up. Did your girlfriend share anything else I need to know about? You know, like something like we're all infected and ticking time bombs? No, we aren't all harboring the infection. I do, need to ask you a question. Please don't take offense. Okay. Do you, use drugs? Jordan frowned. You automatically assume that because I'm black, I use illegal drugs? Wow. No, it's not that. Heat flushed Kevin's cheeks. Please, I may be a pasty-faced white boy, but there ain't a prejudiced bone in my body, I swear. I told you not to take offense. It's just, well, Colette shared one more thing. I don't understand the medical jargon, but the gist is drugs were somehow contaminated with an unknown fungal infection. When mixed together and introduced into the body, the person dies and the fungus somehow reanimates them. That's why this mess spread so fast. Jordan's eyes bugged out. I don't believe it. How could the doctor, how does he know for sure drugs caused all this? The doctor took Colette to the hospital morgue, showed her an autopsy of a patient she worked on who overdosed on heroin hours earlier. She said instead of a brain, the man's skull housed all these weird blue noodle type things, like someone took the tendrils of a jellyfish and stuffed them inside. Apparently that's why the skin of those infected looks like a road map. The fungus controls the body through all these funky noodles, breaking down the pieces of its host for food, which is why the dead keep eating and never stop. Motherfucking shitballs. Kevin burst out laughing so hard he farted. Are you seriously laughing at me? What about this amuses you? I'm sorry, that's an expression I've never heard yet fits this situation perfectly. I need some time to comprehend all this and to answer the call of nature. Excuse me. Seconds later, Gavin heard him puke. Jordan returned, resuming his position on the couch. The two sat lost in their thoughts while staring out the window. Silvery beams of moonlight licked the top of the trees, filtering through the expansive front yard. It was a beautiful winter's night, yet Kevin couldn't seem to enjoy the scenery. A heavy sense of unease made his skin prickle. Besides the obvious, something else was wrong. It was like the view in front of him was a painting in a museum. We're in the sticks, and there ain't bug one chirping. That's it. Why is it so damned quiet? Several minutes later, the silence was interrupted by a low guttural chuffing noise. The hairs on Kevin's body shot up. Did you hear that? Jordan nodded once, lips twitching. More growls pierced the quiet evening. Moonbeams cast eerie shadows over the front yard. A few of the shadows moved. 3 distinct black shapes appeared, ambling toward the house. Dear Jesus God in heaven, Jordan whispered. Are those bears? Yep, but that don't make any sense. Why aren't they hibernating? Jordan sprinted toward bags in the corner. I don't plan on asking them why they ain't in their dens, do you? What are you doing? If those things woke up because they caught a whiff of us or the bodies out back, that thin glass and door ain't gonna keep them from busting in. We need to get to the car, now. The eerie grunts drew closer. Kevin glanced back out the window. The bears were less than 15 yards away. We could wait them out downstairs. I ain't gonna be trapped inside a basement while they stomp around above my head. No way. Kevin backed away from the window with slow, calculated steps. Yeah, I don't want to end up as what they shit in the woods. Where's the car key? In my pocket. Move. Hesitating for a brief second, Kevin wondered if the decision to leave the safety of the house was the right one. The doubts disappeared the second 3 sets of thick claws clacked across the porch steps, followed by the scariest chuffing grunting sound he had ever heard. The glass cracked when a set of enormous paws pounded on them. Kevin's brain and body froze at the sight. The bears snuffed and snorted, mouths agape, blood and orange-colored foam dripping from their jowls. It was below freezing outside, yet no steam exited their muzzles, nor did their chests move from intakes of breath. Holy shit, they're dead. Jordan scrambled out the side door to the garage. The sound yanked Kevin from his stunned funk. Turning, he sprinted to catch up. Once inside the car, Jordan fumbled with the key. On the second try, the engine roared to life. Throwing it into reverse, he tromped on the gas. The old Chevy's tire squalled as the heavy metal car burst through the garage door. Jordan tore through the dry grass of the Greenings' front yard. In seconds, they were back on Highway 14. To settle his nerves as they wound their way through the curvy road, Kevin reached over, flicking on the radio out of habit. The dead static made his skin crawl. "Surely you weren't expecting to hear anything?" Jordan's voice was tinged with bitterness. "Old habits die hard." Pilfering through the bag until latching onto a flashlight, Kevin clicked it on, scanning the interior. A black plastic box rested at his feet. After opening it, he smiled. "Well, how about that? I wonder if they work." "Hallelujah, some tunes." Kevin popped in the homemade cassette, curious as to which genre of music the Greenings liked to listen to, hoping it wasn't rap. To his surprise, Sam and Dave's "Hold On, I'm Coming" blared through the speakers. Jordan beamed with excitement as his fingers tapped in time on the steering wheel. "Now that's music." Kevin settled back in the worn seat, worries temporarily vanishing as they belted out the chorus. The car suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Kevin's arms braced against the dashboard. "We've got a problem." Raking a hand across his face, Kevin blinked twice while looking out through the dirty windshield. The road was blocked by at least 10 vehicles mangled together about 30 yards away. "I don't see anything moving." Jordan turned on the high beams, pointing left. He rolled down the window a crack. "Look closer. There's somebody trapped underneath the tire of that silver SUV. Shit, I can't tell from here whether they're alive or reanimated, can you?" "Do you hear that?" Jordan cocked his head. "Someone's begging for help. Dead people don't beg." "It doesn't matter. There's another car damn near on top of the SUV. Even with 2 jacks, we can't move both vehicles. Even if we could, then what? We can't cart them to a hospital. They're on borrowed time." "That's someone's kin." "Colette decided we should play heroes. Worst decision ever. I ain't doing it again." "Fine, I will." Jordan rummaged around underneath the seat, extracting a bottle of water. "It's not right to leave someone in misery. I wouldn't want my loved one to be all alone during his or her last moments on Earth." "Wait!" Jordan bolted out the door, holding an old revolver in front of him with one hand, the other clutching the water, legs pumping at full speed. "I'll be damned, but the man's got balls of steel. No, a brain full of rocks." Looking over at the empty driver's seat, he contemplated sliding behind the wheel. Jordan was a stubborn fool. Foolishness would end up getting him killed. The selfish thought disappeared as Kevin studied Jordan's interactions with the injured person. He offered a drink of water, touched the face with care. It took him a few seconds to realize Jordan laid hands on the forehead, gun resting at his feet, mouth moving a mile a minute. "Now's not the time for praying, you fool," Kevin grumbled while exiting the car. Several small snowflakes tickled his face and eyelashes. Stopping inches away from the duo, he scanned the scene. It was full of broken glass, mangled metal, and streaks of dark dried blood. He touched the hood of the closest car. Ice cold. Kevin guessed the accident scene was days old. How the lone survivor still clung to life was a mystery. "I'm sorry we can't get you out of here, Christopher. This here's Kevin. He'll help me keep watch over you." Coughing hard, blood dripped from the trapped kid's mouth. Kevin took in the boy's predicament. From what he could see, he was damn near crushed in half. "It's okay. I know I ain't got long. At least I won't be alone when I go. I've been so scared waiting for one of those things to find me and eat me alive. Fear no more, son. We'll stay until the end. Thank you, Jordan. Another coughing spasm hit the kid, hard. Once finished, he asked, Why did God let this happen to me? To the world? That's a question for the Almighty to answer. My response would be conjecture. Guess I'll ask soon if I go up rather than down. I've done things I ain't proud of. Past is the past, Christopher. Ain't none of us worth a trip to heaven. Works and actions don't get us there. Only asking for forgiveness for our wayward ways from Jesus does, and you just did that minutes ago. It's all about faith. My meemaw used to say that. Wish I'd have listened to her sooner. Do you think, will I see her again? Sounds like your meemaw was a smart woman. Jordan patted the boy's thin shoulder. Yes, you surely will. Kevin couldn't take any more talk about religion or an afterlife. The kid was going to die, and that was the end of it. How long you been here? A few days, maybe. Guess I'm just too stubborn to die right away. Between the wheel basically acting as a tourniquet and these near-freezing temps, you ain't lost much blood. Jordan shot him a dirty look. Kevin shrugged his shoulders. So where are you from? Hawthorneville. We left right when the bombing started. Kevin inched closer, stomach in knots at the news the city his parents lived in had been visited by the military. You're from Hawthorneville? What part? Northwest side, about 6 blocks from the museum. Kevin's heart rate spiked, vision blurring as waves of dizziness rolled over him. His parents' house was less than a mile from the museum. This city flattened. That's why we left in such a hurry. We went to the school like the government ordered, but when we saw what was coming, bounced. Stole these cars and hot-tailed it out of there. Got stuck on this back road since the others are clogged. I took the curve too quick. The others were too close behind me, and then, bam, this happened. Payback for stealing, I guess. Jordan scoured the wreckage. I don't see anyone inside the vehicles. They left me. Christopher let out a low whimper. Said they were going to get help and come back. They didn't. I can't feel any pain, though, which is the only good thing. Coughing fit stopped him from uttering another word. Jordan and Kevin exchanged glances. Sadness and compassion beamed from Jordan's face. Kevin bit his lip when Jordan eased a large hunting knife from the back waistband of his sweats. Scooting closer, Jordan placed his free hand on the boy's head, gently stroking the matted hair. Kevin guessed the kid was no more than 16. Knowing what Jordan was about to do made his chest heavy with disgust. You made your peace with the Lord moments ago, Christopher. Jordan's voice was low and soothing. You know there isn't anything we can do for you other than offer a quick, painless end. I know. Tears streamed down Chris's dirty face. How weird. I always thought I'd be afraid to die. Dying is the easy part. What I fear is coming back. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Wait, Kevin interrupted. Are you sure there's nothing left in Hawthorneville? My parents live there. No one lives there anymore. Just the dead. Kevin's heart broke. Any last things you want to get off your heart before you're in his presence, Chris? No, Jordan. Me and God, we're cool. Thank you for staying. Tears ran down Jordan's cheeks while turning the boy's head away, exposing the right temple. When you run into Claire Comstock, tell her I love her, and we'll be there soon. I will. Please make it quick. Jordan's fingers shook. In a smooth, clear voice, he sang one full chorus of Amazing Grace before burying the knife up to the hilt in Chris's skull. When finished, he yanked the blade free before scrambling away on all fours. He made it a few feet away before vomiting. Kevin closed the boy's eyes. Swallowing his own tears, he walked over to Jordan. He didn't have a clue what to say. There were no words for what he had just witnessed. It was the bravest and kindest thing he had ever witnessed. Instead of letting his emotions run amok, he opted for dark humor. Well, this is sort of the opposite of our meeting yesterday. I know you're trying to make me feel better about killing in cold blood, but don't waste your breath. Jordan scowled. Ain't nothing you can say that will help. Give me a few minutes to regroup. Sure. Kevin walked back to the idling Chevy, his heart heavy. He had known in the back of his mind all along his parents hadn't survived. The odds were stacked against them. Yet knowing and feeling the loss were two different things. He felt empty, like someone reached inside his chest and scooped out his heart. Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry. I hope you both went fast. Several minutes later, Jordan returned to the car. Rather than get back inside, he stood by the door, lit a smoke, and stared up into the night sky. Kevin noticed his cheeks were damp, expression blank. Grabbing a cigarette, he exited the car. You okay now? I'm hanging on. Barely, but hanging on. Sorry, I just needed to chat with the Lord. I asked him to please not make me do that again. You? I'm sorta numb, lost, unsure what to do next. I mean, rescuing my parents was what I've been focused on all this time. Since that's no longer an option, I have no idea which way to go. Jordan stared at the blocked road. Seems to me the answer's right in front of us. What do you mean? Jordan hotboxed the smoke, tossing the butt to the ground. When a stumbling block appears, you take a different route. We have the answer to the question about what's left out there. Nothing. So we head back, find those bears and kill them. Take a stand. You sure? Yep. Opening the driver's door, Jordan slid over to the passenger side. Anything's better than sleeping in a vehicle. You remember how to get back there? I think so. Good. I ain't up to the task. Monday, December 29th, 2:45 a.m., Arkansas. How much longer? I need to whiz. Don't have the muscle control of my youth. It'd be a real shame to ride the rest of the way in wet, smelly sweats. Kevin laughed. Yeah, it would be for both of us. Being stuffed inside this old car together without deodorant is bad enough. You stink already. You saying you think you smell like fresh daisies on a summer day? Maybe I am. You smell like them all right. One's blooming on top of a pile of hot, steamy cow poop. The interior of the car filled with laughter. Jordan squinted out the window. Where are we? This don't look familiar. I think I made a wrong turn a few miles back, so not really sure. Look, there's a road. Pull in there, let me relieve myself, and then turn around. Okay, good eye. Pulling into what appeared to be an entrance to a park or hiking trails, Kevin shut the engine and headlights off. 3 military Humvees were parked nearby. Fearing the worst, he grabbed the Canic. You go first, I'll keep watch, and then you do the same for me. Roll down the window when you're ready. No talking, just in case we ain't alone. Got it? Jordan nodded. Each took turns scanning the darkness while the other relieved himself. Once finished, Kevin stared across the blacktop as a plan formed. We should get their gas. Say what? 3 gas guzzlers are only feet away. Nope, no way. Now's not time to get caught stealing from the government. Besides, we ain't got tubes or hoses to use as a siphon. Military vehicles always carry extra gas cans. And soldiers always carry guns. Kevin bit his lip. We're gonna be in a hurt locker when we run out. We can't pass this opportunity up. It might be what saves us later. Or what kills us now. Kevin folded his arms. Fine, but let's be smart. Wait a few more minutes. Make sure ain't nobody around. Deal? Deal. Moonbeams filtered through the foggy windshield, illuminating Jordan's dark skin. Kevin noticed a shimmer of tears. You, okay? Still thinking about Chris? Sort of. More about how none of us are close to what we used to be. We're all just survivors, scratching and clawing our way through this nightmare to make it another day. We've taken and will continue to take things that don't belong to us because their owners ain't around. Every time I come across something that ain't mine, it's a stark reminder that someone else lost the battle. One day my belongings will be all that's left of me. Yeah, I hear you. Why do you think I stuck the gun in my mouth? Told you I didn't want to live the rest of my life with the mental anguish of seeing and doing terrible things to live one more day or minute. Jordan raked a hand across his face as though wiping away the filth from his mind. I lied before. About? Why, I helped you. I caught a glimpse of your face. You looked how I felt. Horrified. Lost. Stopping you from ending your life was just as much about me as it was you. You thought about suicide too? I did, and to be honest, still am. What happened with Chris is just too much for my mind to handle. The boy was alive when I shoved a blade into his skull. I committed murder. Cold, harsh, calculated murder. Chris wasn't gonna survive. You ensured he didn't get eaten alive or die and come back as a walking corpse. The heat of the moment is over, and now you're rehashing words and actions, wondering if you did the right thing. Don't. Stop beating yourself up. Jordan said nothing while staring at the dashboard. It's been 15 minutes. Nobody's out there. Let's get the gas, okay? Yep. Stepping out into the cold air, they walked less than 10 yards before the crackling of leaves made the hairs on Kevin's arms stand erect. Scanning the woods and parking lot, he jumped as a raccoon scampered by. Jordan snickered. You're just a black and white bandit searching for some grub. Attention back on the Humvee closest to them, Kevin grabbed Jordan's arm. Don't move. What's wrong? See those stickers? They're from Los Alamos Military Base in New Mexico. This place is remote, off the grid, so what are they doing here? Doesn't matter. Ain't nobody around anyhow. They're probably dead. Let's just get this over with. I'm cold. Frigid air whipped against their faces as Jordan opened the door. A handheld radio sitting in the passenger seat crackled to life. Noah 1 to Noah 2. You copy? Noah 2, go. The underground arc is up and ready. Dirty subjects prepped. Timetable on clean specimens? Unknown, still searching. Copy that. Noah 1 out. Any idea what the heck that meant? Jordan whispered. Fury burned through Kevin's mind. Colette was right. The government's somehow behind all this. Sounds like they plan on testing the healthy after they are attacked by the infected. I've got to stop them. Yanking a knife from his waistband, Kevin buried the blade into a tire, smiling at the sound of the pop and hiss of air. Rage spurred his limbs. He repeated the process on all the tires, including the spares, stabbing and slicing in a mad frenzy. What the hell are you doing? Throwing a monkey wrench into their evil plans. What about the gas? Screw it, we'll find more. Agreed. We passed a lot of stalled vehicles earlier. Turning, the duo ran back toward the car. I've got so many questions. Jordan never finished the sentence. He stumbled forward after a bullet blew through his windpipe, knocking him to the ground. It only took a split second for Kevin to react, but it was 1 second too many. Jerking to the right, the bullet tore through his lower back. There was no pain, only a brief sensation of warmth. He couldn't move his arms or legs. His visual trajectory changed. He was on the ground next to Jordan. They exchanged fearful glances. Boom, splat, our journey ends. As black spots appeared in his line of vision, the last thing Kevin Drexel heard was, Noah 2 to Noah 1, you copy? Noah 1, go. 2 acquired, returning to Ark before they expire. No worries if they do, we can reanimate. Noah 1 out.
Our story begins, as so many do, with the approach of an oncoming storm. In the port city of Trondheim, Norway, a city regarded as the nation's capital of knowledge, a young married couple are sitting in their living room watching television. Their love and bond would be obvious to any who looked upon them, as their consummate affection and displays thereof for one another was so routine and generally unabashed that many a friend and colleague would often quietly express mild exasperation regarding their overt and often public showings between each other. But only when the pair was out of earshot, of course. They had met some years ago, quickly finding their connection deepening over their shared and most peculiar interests and passions. Both shamelessly adored talent shows and reality television, such as the program they watched just then. Likewise, they both held a deep love for the outdoors, often camping and hiking in the grand majesty of their country's mountains and forests. And then there was another passion which they shared, but one that was so intimate, it is hardly appropriate to mention. For now, at least. It was later in the afternoon, and above their home and through their windows shone the pale light of the gray sky in which the clouds continually rolled and roiled with greater and greater intensity. Smatterings of rain would occasionally fall and tap upon the picture window at the front of their house as the oncoming storm drew closer. It was unseasonable weather, out of the ordinary, yet in it rolled, promising high winds, heavy rain, and thunder as the evening progressed. As the Singing Showcase TV program drew to a close, the husband, Jacob, rose from the couch and proceeded into the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. His wife, Nora, followed. From the refrigerator, Jacob retrieved a slab of meat wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. As he set to preparing it, cutting smaller fillets and trimming excess fat from the steaks and salting and seasoning them to their mutual liking, Nora began chopping garlic, white mushroom caps, red and green peppers, and a large white onion which would accompany the main dish. The pair adored cooking with one another, always finding it a beautiful reminder of the domestic bliss they enjoyed, as well as something closely so related to their more unusual passions. As Jacob set the cast-iron skillet upon the stovetop and lit the burner below, Nora fetched the olive oil and kissed him on the neck as she placed it beside him on the countertop. The two smiled broadly at one another and said nothing, before leaning into each other to share a deep and lingering kiss. Before long, the skillet was ready, and throwing a dash of olive oil and the finely chopped garlic, Jacob then proceeded to lay the fillets upon the piping hot surface, listening as the flesh sizzled and popped in the pan. As the meat seared, he deftly flipped the pieces in the pan, ensuring perfectly even cooking and temperature, and then to either side, and between the pieces, tossed in the remaining mushroom, pepper, and onion. While these cooked, Nora prepared side salads, having recently insisted that the pair enjoy more roughage in their diets, as they both saw the age of 30 just on the horizon. While it was true that no one could live forever, Nora in particular was dedicated to trying her very best. Outside, the winds continued to pick up, with the rain intensifying, falling harder and louder upon the windows. Soon, dinner was ready and served, and pairing their favorite red Italian wine with the rather well-balanced meal, they were ready to eat. Ready, that is, until an unexpected and altogether rare distraction caught their attention. There was a knock at the door. Not expecting guests, as they only hosted such on very seldom occasions, they looked to each other quizzically. "Were we expecting anyone tonight?" Jacob asked. Nora shrugged.
No, and who would be out in this weather anyway?
She replied. They paused another moment, looking to one another and then to the door. Another round of knocking came then. It was far from aggressive, and while sounding like any ordinary knock at any ordinary door, the pair found something oddly compelling about it. Rising, Jacob motioned for Nora not to bother getting up. "I'll see who it is. Don't worry. Probably just someone trying to sell something," he said.
In this storm, though?
Nora asked, her face contorting with confusion and intrigue. She rose from her seat and accompanied her husband to the door. Opening it, the couple were greeted by a sight that was generally quite rare throughout their country. It was a homeless man, dressed in dirty rags, wearing a round hat and leaning on a cane. He was soaked to the bone and shivering as the winds whipped about him, causing his ratty and tattered clothes to billow slightly. His face, old and weathered as it was, bore a look of misery and hunger. In his eyes an obvious suffering can be seen, and in his left in particular, the ravages of age were apparent, as the eye itself was hazy and covered with the white sheen of cataracts. His right eye, however, was curiously clear as it looked upon them from beneath a heavy, unkempt brow and from below the brim of his hat. "Yes, can we help you, sir?" Jacob asked. "I do hope so," the stranger began. "I'm afraid that while out for a walk I seem to have found myself far from the shelter I normally stay at, and this storm seems likely to be an intense one. I'm very sorry to bother you, but I was wondering if I might impose upon you for a safe place to ride it out. I won't be any bother, I promise. My name is Oscar." "Oh, well, I am Jacob, and this is my wife Nora," Jacob said. "What do you think, Nora? I'm sure we could spare some space to allow him to get out of the rain for a while, yes?"
Of course,
Nora replied.
"These are no conditions to be out and sleeping rough in. Please come in."
And with that, Nora stepped back, beckoning the old man to enter. Slowly, and with some small trouble, Oscar hobbled through the doorway, leaning upon his cane as he did. His gait was irregular and labored. Once inside, Jacob shut the door, and the couple bade him welcome. "We were actually just sitting down to dinner. Are you hungry, Oscar?" Jacob asked, rounding about behind him. "Oh, well, yes. Please, I'm actually quite famished. You're very kind to offer," he replied, his voice somewhat hoarse and scratchy. "Nora, would you mind fixing our guest something to eat?" Jacob asked of his wife.
Of course. Would you care for a sandwich, Oscar? I'm afraid we only cooked enough for the two of us, but I'd be happy to throw one together for you. And we have a fresh tossed salad as well,"
Nora replied, smiling warmly. "Thank you. Yes, that would be wonderful," Oscar replied, his own face splitting into a happy grin.
"Have a seat at the table and I'll bring that right over to you. But first, please take off your coat and try to warm up,"
she said, turning and hurrying into the kitchen to prepare a plate for their guest. Jacob helped the seemingly solid, yet at the same time feeble old man with his coat. Hanging it upon the coat rack, Jacob then stepped back to Oscar and walked him into the dining room, pulling out the chair at the head of the table and moving his own plates and glass of wine to the seat beside it, opposite that where Nora's meal sat waiting. "Would you care for some wine, Oscar?" Jacob asked. "I would absolutely love some. Thank you, young man." "You are both too kind," he replied, taking his seat. "It's no problem at all. It's Chianti Classico, our favorite," Jacob said, fetching a glass and pouring a healthy drink for their unexpected dinner guest. Oscar sat with the wine before him but did not touch it right away. Instead, he thanked Jacob once more and waited until Nora had served him a plate with a sandwich of deli cutlets and cheese upon a piece of artisan bread. Next, she placed a salad beside the plate and, sparing a quick and what some might call odd glance to her husband, sat down behind her own plate. Jacob did the same. It wasn't until they were all seated that the old man took up his glass and raised it in a toast. "Well, at the risk of being presumptuous, allow me to raise a toast to the kindness of strangers and the bounties of kinship with our fellow man and women. May you both see long life and rich rewards for the deeds you do in this world," said Oscar, his voice strangely stronger now, yet still filled with gratitude and mirth.
"I'll drink to that,"
said Nora, as she and Jacob joined him, clinking their glasses together above the table. Upon taking a sip of the deep red wine, a broad smile crossed Oscar's face. "This is wonderful wine. I don't believe I've had it in, a very long time." "So, Oscar, do you live in Trondheim?" Jacob asked. "For now, yes. I tend to wander a bit. I haven't been here long, but it's a lovely city. I like any place that values its libraries and museums. Naturally, they're excellent places to visit to get out of the sun or rain, but I've always thought such places are where the true value to a people resides most," Oscar replied. He had, as before, waited for his hosts to sup before he touched his food. As Nora enjoyed a bite of her entree, Oscar happily picked up his sandwich. Jacob cut eagerly into his own dish as he considered the old man's answer. Again, he and Nora exchanged curious, knowing glances across the table. "Do you have any family in the area?" Jacob inquired, swallowing the rich and succulent cutting of his perfectly cooked meal. "No, not really. Not much in the way of family these days. I had a brother, but we had a falling out long ago. My son still lives and works around here somewhere, but I haven't spoken to him for some time either. No, it's really just me these days, wandering around and, taking in the sights, I suppose you could say," Oscar said between bites of his sandwich. From his glass, he took a strong pull of wine and sighed with satisfaction as it went down. His glass nearly empty, Jacob happily offered him a refill, for which Oscar expressed his deepest thanks and accepted eagerly. Jacob smiled at his wife, who returned the expression in an oddly sly manner.
"So, what did you do before you fell into your wandering?"
Nora asked, looking back to Oscar. He paused, as though unsure of just how to answer. I guess you could say I was a librarian. But that was a long, long time ago, when I was a younger man. I've always had a love of books and the written word. It's what gives us and our time immortality, sort of. These days, I actually rather like being on the opposite side of the desk in that fashion, though. So much more fulfilling to read books than to catalog and manage them, you know? "I can imagine," replied Jacob, still ravenously tucking into his dinner. Before long, all three had finished their plates, Jacob and Nora having devoured their steaks and side dishes in surprisingly short order, Oscar lingering on the final bites of his sandwich and salad. Another round of wine was poured, and another toast to new friends and fine dining was offered, this time by Jacob, who himself greedily drank down his cup, while Oscar, this time, sipped slowly. The storm outside continued to rage, intensifying over the course of dinner. Now high winds battered the trees outside and caused the power lines to sway. Rain beat down mercilessly to where at times it was picked up by the wind, the outside appearing through the front picture window to be but a slowly darkening gray blur of nature's fury. Thunder growled and boomed above as flashes of powerful lightning flickered and illuminated the world in brilliant, blinding white light outside. Jacob shot yet another curious glance to his wife before rising from the table and approaching the window. Pulling the curtains closed, he turned then to Oscar. "It's getting really bad out there, Oscar. Would you care to stay the night? I can make up the guest room for you, and these are no conditions for anyone to be out in," he offered with an eager sincerity in his voice. "A delicious meal and a warm place to sleep. You are too kind, Jacob, and you, Nora. I wouldn't want to impose any further, though," Oscar replied with appreciation and gratitude dripping from every syllable.
"Nonsense,"
said Nora, placing her hand upon his.
"We insist. It would be cruel to send anyone out into such a night."
Once more, the couple exchanged glances, speaking without words.
"I will go and ready the room for you. Jacob, keep our guest company until it's done."
"Of course, love," Jacob replied as his wife rose from her seat and stepped out into the adjacent hallway. Jacob stepped around behind Oscar, who was just then finishing his wine. Reaching into a drawer at the top of the credenza sitting beside him, he withdrew from it a small pipe, roughly 6 or 7 inches long and 1 or 2 in diameter. Oscar sighed with satisfaction over his belly, now full of food and drink. "You two are entirely too kind. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you've..." Oscar's statement of gratitude was cut short and interrupted by the quick crack of the pipe against the back of his head. He slumped forward onto the table, his face landing in a mess of crumbs and a few remaining leafy greens upon the plate from which he had eaten. Blood trickled down the back of his scalp from the ghastly wound Jacob had caused him. He was not dead, but merely unconscious, and to Oscar, the blackness of a dreamless sleep had overtaken him entirely. Jacob looked briefly upon the unconscious beggar, whose blood began to pool on the dinner plate below his face. A smile crept across his face. He watched as the otherwise motionless body heaved slightly with breath. He was still alive, and this was good. As Nora re-entered the room, her face betraying a sick delight at the sight before her, Jacob calmly strolled to the sink, and as though it was simply a piece of silverware from the meal, proceeded to rinse and wash the small baton of his victim's blood. It was only a small smattering, but one which would need to be cleaned nevertheless.
This has been a very lucky day,
Nora said, beaming over the man at her table. Very lucky indeed. Is everything prepared in the guest room? He asked, placing the now pristine pipe back into the drawer it had come from.
It is all ready for our guest. I'm sure we'll enjoy his company for dinner,
she replied. The two shared a dark laughter. Such opportunities to indulge their strange passions so seldomly presented themselves in such short order. It had indeed been a very lucky day. In the darkness, Oscar's mind wandered, creeping closer and closer to consciousness once more. Emerging from the dead black silence of his dreamless sleep, a searing pain upon the back of his head began to radiate in his awareness, growing stronger and more painful with each passing moment as he approached his waking state. Before long, his eyes fluttered and cracked open as the pain grew even more intense. He could feel and smell the smear of dried blood upon his face. As his eyes came into focus, he realized he could not move his hands or feet, as they seemed to be restrained by thick metal shackles that were pinned to the wall behind him. He could feel the cold touch of concrete against his now naked body, and as his eyes came into focus, he realized he was in a basement. To his left, beneath the stairway leading upwards, sat a large, flat cooler, and to his right, a workbench which was stained with dashes and patches of something dark and brown and reeked pungently in the air lined the wall. Above the bench hung butcher's implements, cleavers, knives, and hooks. Along the far wall sat a rack of cruel and horrific-looking blades and other tools, all stained as the workbench was. From the center of the ceiling hung a single light bulb from a cord, the only light that Oscar could see. He struggled a bit against his manacles, but it was no use. His hands were pinned to the wall, with his arms outstretched, and his ankles likewise were immobilized by the cold steel of their own cuffs. His feet were not even touching the ground, causing his joints and appendages to pull and ache with pain as his torso and head slumped slightly forward. This was, as he could tell almost right away, all by design, so as to ensure the experience was as needlessly painful and uncomfortable as it could be. He likewise knew right in that moment that he had fallen into a trap, one that those who fall into never leave from alive. He breathed deeply, or at least as deeply as his positioning and restraints would allow. He looked about with his one good eye some more, unsure of even what he might be looking for. There was but one entrance or exit to the room, and that was by the stairs. No windows or other doors were to be seen that had not been sealed shut with concrete. Had there even been another means of egress, it would have meant little, however, as his shackles were strong and unyielding. He sighed first, and then groaned as he considered his predicament. It was at that moment that he heard a door atop the stairs open, and a pair of footfalls announced the approach of his captors. "Hello, Oscar," greeted Jacob upon reaching the base of the steps. "Nora and I were wondering when you might wake up. I cannot tell you how delighted we have been to have you arrive on our door tonight. Did you enjoy your dinner?" Why have you done this?" Oscar found his throat dry, and his voice creaked and cracked as he struggled to speak. He shifted nervously in his place as Jacob moved closer. "Well, you see, my wife and I, we share a love of a particular indulgence. Something which is generally frowned upon by society, you might say," Jacob responded, moving his face close to that of the old man who hung helpless before him. "So you're psychopaths, then? Serial killers or something?" "Nothing so basic, no. I mean, yes, you will die here. But that hopefully won't be for some time. Allow me to give you a little taste of what you're in for, please." His tone was unnervingly calm and cordial. His whole demeanor was, in point of fact, disturbingly casual, as he strolled then over to the workbench and picked up a long, serrated knife, which, though cleaned and even sterilized, still possessed flecks of stained, dried blood upon the handle. Donning a heavy leather apron, itself as equally stained and wretched as the tools and surfaces which surrounded them, Jacob then put on a pair of clear safety glasses and pulled on a set of stained rubber gloves. "Is this some kind of satanic thing?" Oscar croaked. Had Jacob been paying closer attention, he may have noticed that the old man's voice lacked any real terror, but instead possessed a tone of genuine inquiry. "Oh no, Nora and I are not believers. This isn't some sacrifice or any sort of ritual. Or, well," Jacob continued, sounding as though he'd had a second thought. "Well, I guess it is sort of a ritual, but it's really just for us, my lovely wife and I." Jacob returned to his captive, who was strewn up, naked and shivering. Holding the knife up for Oscar to see for a moment, he placed it down upon a small table which sat beside them. Then, taking up a length of what appeared to be rubber tubing, he proceeded to tie it around Oscar's upper thigh as a tourniquet. Once more taking up the blade, Jacob cut deep into Oscar's leg, straight down to the bone. He continued cutting, sawing lightly, as the knife split and cut his femur cleanly. Soon, Jacob had cut his leg completely from his body, causing it to fall outward and bob a bit, as the still shackled ankle remained bound to the wall. Blood gushed from the limb and poured dripping from the stump it had previously been attached to. Oscar howled in pain and shrieked as he felt his leg separate. His screaming continued as Jacob unfastened the cuff at the ankle and took the still gushing leg over to the workbench. Nora watched, eyes wide and wild and filled with a dark and twisted glee. "You see, we love our dinner guests. In fact, we love them so much we like to keep them around for a while. Our last guest we actually expended just tonight. She was absolutely delicious. To be honest, I miss her already." As he spoke, Jacob began methodically butchering the leg in front of its previous owner. He began by skinning it, then deboning it, removing the blood-soaked flesh from its framework. Once done, he began to cut steaks from it with all the skill of a real and professional butcher. Jacob continued, "You know, my father was a butcher. When I was a boy, I used to watch him clean the game animals the hunters in our little town would bring in. I remember one time," his voice remained disturbingly calm and almost friendly as he continued cutting the meat into portions. "I remember one time a friend of his brought in the biggest moose I had ever seen. I honestly couldn't believe how quickly and precisely he managed to turn such a massive beast into cutlets and fillets and steaks. The man, he was truly an artist.
You're an artist too, my love.
Nora added in a disturbingly, almost wholesome tone. Thank you, dear, Jacob replied, glancing back over to her over his shoulder. You see, Oscar, it was also my father who more or less taught me how to butcher a man as well. It was, 20 years or so ago. This Slav, some Russian or maybe a Serbian, I can't remember. He found his way to our little town and thought it would be a good place to be a burglar. One night, he came creeping in through my little sister's window. She screamed. He tried to silence her, and well, she died while he struggled to control her. Broken neck. My father managed to catch him before he could escape, and rather than turn him over to the police, he decided to turn him into hamburger. So, you come from a line of cannibals, eh? Oscar croaked, trying to lift his head and gaze. Suddenly, a wrench smashed into the side of Oscar's face, and from his mouth flew a handful of shattered teeth and blood. Pain coursed through his head and neck. Nora gripped the wrench tightly in her hand and seethed as she looked on the butchered man.
Don't you dare attempt to insult my husband's father! He's a great man!
She shrieked, a look of pure, unhinged malevolence in her eyes. Now, Nora. There's no need to defend the dead. Oscar was simply curious, I'm sure. Isn't that right, Oscar? Jacob said with a smirk. Oscar struggled to speak as his mouth filled with blood. After a fashion, I suppose, he murmured with a muted and pained voice. But no, he was merely using his skills to dispose of my sister's murderer, though I may have slipped a bit of evidence away when he wasn't looking. Just a curiosity. But once I supped upon it, well, it was a life-changing experience, to say the least, Jacob explained. He had now moved on to wrapping his freshly cut steaks in brown butcher's paper, skillfully tying the packages neatly with twine, almost without attention or effort. So, why don't you just kill me already? Oscar asked. The words were garbled and laborious to get out, yet strangely, his speech remained unfearful. Well, for one thing, a living body always provides the freshest cuts, do you know? But beyond that, Nora takes pleasure in tenderizing it. Isn't that right, dear?
Absolutely, my love,
Nora replied, swinging a short mop handle she had taken from the shelf firmly into Oscar's abdomen. He coughed and sputtered as a mix of blood and vomit flew from his mouth. His bowels released as a flow of shit and blood left his body, adding to the stains and wretched smells of his captive location. She shrieked wildly as she hit him once more, causing him to grunt and his head to fall forward. The pain seemed almost worsened as his body attempted to double over but couldn't. After a moment, Oscar slumped and hung loosely, his remaining strength leaving his body entirely. Now, my love. We don't want to bruise his innards too much. We will have use for them as always, chimed Jacob. Nora breathed deeply, catching her breath.
Of course, darling. Of course.
Jacob handed her 2 of the wrapped cuts of meat as she replaced the mop handle. Here. Would you take these upstairs so we can have them tomorrow? I'm going to put the rest in the freezer. Nodding with a wicked smile, Nora took the packages from him and, shooting a quick glance to the bloodied and dismembered Oscar, trotted up the stairs. Jacob, after placing the small stack of packages in the lay-down cooler beneath the stairs, then removed his gloves and glasses. Before closing the cooler, he withdrew from it an IV bag, such as those used in hospitals, and hung it from a small hook just above and beside Oscar's hanging body. He spoke to his captive calmly and almost warmly as he placed the attached needle into Oscar's neck. Here, this, Oscar, will help keep you alive for the time that you're here. And though the tourniquet will keep you from bleeding out, I'm afraid I will need to cauterize your wound. Taking up a handheld blowtorch, Jacob struck the spark igniter and dialed the torch to a thin blue flame. This will not be entirely pleasant for you. Here, bite down on this. Half offering and half forcing a small bit of wood wrapped in soiled cloth into Oscar's mouth, Jacob then proceeded to take the flame to the still bleeding stump of his leg's prey. Oscar reflexively bit down hard on the stick within his mouth with what few teeth remained. He screamed in muffled agony as the flames burned and sealed his wound. The smell of cooking flesh turned his stomach, and though only taking a few moments, the process seemed to drag out for an eternity. Finally, however, it was done. His body, which had seized and jerked, slumped and hung limp once more. The bit in his mouth fell to the floor, stained in blood and speckled with chips of tooth. Jacob dialed down the flame until it was out, and spoke once more to the barely conscious Oscar. You have a curious resilience to you, Oscar. Most people would have passed out by now, and well, it's strange. Usually they're terrified, but you don't seem scared at all. Why is that? Do you wish to die? Oscar struggled to bring his head up, but failed. Jacob, observing this effort, grabbed a tuft of his hair and lifted his gaze for him. He wasn't sure, but he could almost swear that through the bloody mess that was Oscar's face, he was smiling. Oscar began, struggling with each syllable. I would hate to spoil your dinner. Jacob was stunned, and not the least bit amazed and intrigued by his captive's fortitude. Unlike Nora, who took her primary pleasure in the beating and battering and torture of whomever was so unfortunate to fall into their clutches, Jacob enjoyed the butchery. Whether his victims were scared or angry, whether they pleaded for their lives or lashed out with impotent rage, with promises of retribution, he typically felt effectively nothing either way. They were just meat, after all. But this one, he felt, was different, strange, and for the briefest of moments, he thought he may even like the man. He offered Oscar a craven smile. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to get cleaned up. I would imagine Nora will visit you once more before we head to bed. But for my part, I'll say good night, Oscar. I'll see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams, Jacob, Oscar rasped, before having his head again allowed to slump forward. Jacob turned and left, heading back up the stairs, and the whole while feeling intensely curious about their strange interaction. As he neared the top of the stairs, he was met by Nora, who seemed to positively vibrate with excitement. In her hands, she held a pair of gardening shears and a stun gun.
Is he still awake?
She asked, like a child wanting to go out and play. He is. Have your fun, my darling, but please remember not to damage any of the good meat or organs too badly.
Of course not, my love. Of course not.
Nora sweetly kissed her husband on the cheek before stepping down onto the first step of the stairway. There's something strange about this one, Jacob said, still reflecting on the oddness of his interaction.
Strange?
It's as though he's not even afraid. Not of death, or any of it. Yes, strange. Nora's face split into a wicked smirk.
I'm sure I can change that.
Perhaps you will. Try not to stay up too late. I am headed to bed.
I won't. Good night, husband.
Good night, loving wife. Over the course of the following week, Jacob and Nora took their turns torturing and butchering Oscar. During the days, Nora would slip down the stairs to beat, burn, and sometimes skin her captive. That first night, she had taken his manhood. Over the following days, his fingers and the toes on his one remaining foot. She sliced his ears off, his nose, and at one point gouged out his milky blind eye, stating that the sight of it sickened and offended her. Jacob, in turn, would then follow her after Oscar had been given some time to linger with whatever fresh wounds were inflicted. He would talk, almost casually with him over trivial nothings as he methodically took and butchered his leg, then his arms the following days. He was consistently impressed with the endurance and emotional control Oscar exuded, even and especially once, with his limbs now removed, he was strapped by his torso and neck to an adjacent workbench. He would, of course, scream in pain as the days in misery wore on, but never uttered a sound of fear or even anger. He merely endured, and Jacob was quite impressed. Soon the end came for Oscar. Following a final round of Nora's particularly aggressive savagery, Oscar was disemboweled, with his intestines, kidneys, gallbladder, lungs, liver, and heart all removed and turned into some variation of meat product. As he bled out and his vital systems finally failed, he exhaled one final sigh from the now toothless and tongueless mouth and passed on. The majority of his internal organs were put through a grinder and stuffed into his stomach, producing a form of human haggis. His heart was taken quite immediately up to the kitchen, where it would be braised with wine and served with the same sautéed vegetables as had been supped on the night of his arrival. Even his brain was removed and prepared à la crème. Before long, only his remaining bones and some trace bits of unused offal remained. For all but his skull, a small vat of hydrochloric acid was prepared, and his few final bits were soon melted and poured into a sealed hole in the corner of the basement, where Jacob would allow the liquefied remains to soak into the cold earth beneath the foundation. Once done, Jacob set to work cleaning Oscar's skull, observing the jagged marks upon the eye socket from where Nora had carved out his one blind eye. It was not meant to be a keepsake as such, but more a decoration which Jacob would like to leave as a calling card deep in the mountain forests where he and his wife would often hike. He could never entirely explain why he liked to do this, wondering from time to time if it was some matter of deeper pathology that accompanied or accented his murderous and carnivorous tendencies, but all the same, some week later, he and Nora would work up a healthy appetite by trekking for many, many miles along one of their favorite routes, and Jacob would place the skull within a patch of ferns along the forest floor. And that, they believed, was the end of it. They believed. At least, they believed. The ground was cold that morning. Oscar's skull had sat undisturbed and unmolested by either man or beast for just over a week. On the 10th day, a gathering of ravens began circling and landing around it. An unkindness of ravens, as they are known. Though the birds flocked by the dozen to stand about the white and clean human skull on the forest floor, none approached, nor did they call out or make any sound at all aside from the occasional chirp or whistle. Then, once the last of them had come down from the sky and trees and did surround the skull of what was previously Oscar, two bold birds walked and hopped up to meet it in the center of their circle. The first and closest squawked at the skull, followed then by the second, who took the additional step of even pecking slightly at the empty left eye socket before hopping back and joining his friend in song. Soon the whole of the birds squawked and trilled, flapping their wings and creating a choral cacophony that filled the forest and could be heard for miles. Their avian chirps sounded almost like maddening chants as all the other nearby creatures either hid or fled. As their song continued to grow in volume, the earth below began to almost vibrate and shake, and the ravens all, save the two in the middle, stepped or hopped back, giving open ground around the skull to which they sang. From the earth below the skull, tendrils of vines and blooming flowers grew at impossible speeds around and within and through the skull itself. Stretching downward from the broken lower jawbone, the flora sprung quickly from the ground, only to grow and blossom and die and then to be replaced almost immediately by even more. The unnaturally swift cycles of birth and growth and death and birth again soon began to form a mound, the thickness and size and shape of a man, lending a floral body to the naked skull. Once this man-shaped mound had grown to appropriate size, the same veins and flowers grew to encase the skull itself, creating a flesh of green and ruddy brown dirt about it. The two ravens, who had stepped forward to summon their master back from the realm of death, remained by the man-shaped mound's side, with one hopping up upon what would have been the chest of the golem, as the other stood just beside its head. The bird upon the chest pecked and clawed at the dirt and vines beneath its feet as his comrade chirped and tittered into the side of the head. Suddenly, the center mass of the thing heaved, as though taking in a deep breath, and from beneath the mound sat up an old man with only one eye. Oscar, somehow, had returned. He breathed deeply as the vines and rising flowers wrapped his naked body. Rising to his feet, they shifted and transmuted, becoming trousers, a shirt, a long dusty coat, and a wide-brimmed hat. From the earth then rose a stick, which met his hand and separated the moment he grasped it. It grew slightly larger, becoming a fine walking stick upon which he leaned slightly as he regained his balance. The two ravens squawked with delight and flew up to perch upon his shoulders. Oscar cleared his throat for a moment before speaking to the birds with a kindly and affectionate tone. Thank you, boys. I didn't expect things to go that way. I'm not sure that's ever happened, actually. The birds chirped and chittered. Yes, I suppose I shall. Oscar turned his one good eye to the right, glancing as he could at the bird perched beside his face. Munin, find my son and inform him as to what happened. Tell him to make the appropriate preparations, and we shall need another show tonight as we had last time. And tell him I said good work on the last one. The birds squawked once before taking flight off into the forest and out above the canopy. The remaining raven chirped, as though asking a question. Oscar leaned his head to the side as he could not see the bird but acknowledged it all the same. Yes, it'll be tonight. I see no reason to delay. Any thoughts on what I might ought to do after, Hugin? He asked. The bird squawked loudly twice, and Oscar laughed in response. Splendid idea. Come, let your brothers know we're heading off, and there will be a fine feast waiting for them soon. The bird squawked once more before taking flight. The old man, stick in hand, then set off through the forest. He had a dinner party to attend, and another still to host. His guests didn't even know they were invited. As Jacob pulled a steaming rack of human ribs, glazed and perfectly cooked from his oven, he smiled at his wife, who stood mashing potatoes at the counter. The pair had enjoyed several artisanal meals from the flesh of the old beggar, and both found the meat to be unusually succulent and delicious. They found it genuinely surprising that such an old and tired and malnourished body would provide for them such an enjoyable series of suppers, but it had, and they both watched the depleting stock of Oscar with dismay.
Do you think we should find more homeless like him?
Nora asked, adding some additional cream and roasted garlic to the potatoes she stirred. I guess we could try, though it's not as though there are all that many. Who knew we might go hungry due to a healthy economy, Jacob joked.
Who knew indeed?
Nora replied, laughing. To see the two of them in such an ordinary state of domestic bliss was a stark and stunning contrast compared to the dark delights they engaged in so frequently. To any unknowing observer, they would appear to be a perfectly normal and even infectiously happy couple, and perhaps that might make their grim passions and hidden natures all the more disturbing, as beyond the absence of any semblance of guilt, the utter normality of the pair would make any suspicion of their bloodthirsty and murderous reality seem like utter nonsense. They were the picture of happiness, soon to be shadowed by the arrival of an oncoming storm. The clouds and rain seemed to come seemingly out of nowhere, and the weather forecast for that night had said nothing of any oncoming or expected storms. Yet above the city, lightning began to crack the skies, and throughout the streets, winds of incredible strength picked up and caused the trees and street signs and power lines to sway and blow about wildly. A crack of thunder rang out and pulled the couple's attention to the front window of the house. Jacob was still tending the freshly cooked ribs which he had set upon the counter and was startled by the unexpected boom which came from outside. It was a powerful sound. He and Nora looked to one another, slightly stunned, before Nora cracked a smile.
Maybe we'll get lucky with the weather a second time,
she said, before, as though perfectly on cue, a knock came at the front door. She looked briefly to the door, an expression of almost giddy disbelief on her face, before returning her gaze to Jacob. He moved to answer, but Nora simply held up her hand.
You mind the ribs. I'll see who's come to dinner.
Jacob was strangely uneasy all of a sudden, but smiled at his wife all the same. There could be no way their luck could be this good, he thought to himself. And as he would see, he was right. Nora approached the door with giddy anticipation. Without even asking who it might be or looking through the peephole to see, she opened the door excitedly to find a most impossible sight. There before her stood Oscar, once again. Upon his shoulder was perched a large black raven, who almost immediately leapt at her, grabbing the front of her shirt and chest with long, sharp talons and plunging its beak deep into her eye sockets, gouging from them the soft eyeballs, leaving her blinded and screaming as blood ran freely down her face. It all happened too quickly for Jacob to have any chance to do anything. Upon the front step, Oscar gripped his walking stick. Lifting it, he brought its base down hard upon the concrete step, and as he did, the stick nearly doubled in length. Where had been a knotted and bending tree branch, Oscar now held a hefty, finely crafted spear, with a large golden blade and tip upon it. As Nora shrieked in pain, Oscar took up and drove the tip through her abdomen, driving it clean through her body and out through her back. Lifting it and her now kicking and flailing body into the air, he deftly, and with apparent ease, swung the shaft and hurled her body from it, sending it careening into the mantel along the side room. He fixed his one eye, now fiery and alight, with an otherworldly power upon Jacob, who stood transfixed and dumbfounded at this most impossible sight. Jacob's gaze shifted for a moment to the convulsing body of his wife, who lay broken, eyeless, and covered in blood as the last of her life left her. Before he could speak a word or make a motion, Oscar was upon him, driving the spear clean through his left shoulder, just beneath his collarbone, cracking bone and tearing through muscle tissue as though it was butter. Oscar drove forward, pushing the spear tip through Jacob's back, shattering his shoulder blade before driving it into the wall behind him, pinning him to it. Jacob howled in excruciating pain as his knees gave out and the full weight of his frame hung helplessly from its impossibly painful wound. He struggled to breathe through his panicked hyperventilation and struggled to see through the tears which welled up in his eyes. Nora's body jerked upon the floor involuntarily a couple more times before a gurgling final breath escaped her body in a chilling death rattle. Jacob tried to scream, but found he couldn't. Wiping the tears from his eyes with his one free hand, he watched Oscar return to the front door and gave a whistle out into the howling winds and rains of the storm outside. No sooner had he done so than did that same group of ravens, that same unkindness from the forest before, flew and fluttered in to the home wildly, appearing like a black mass of squawks, caws, and feathers. The birds quickly took up positions all around the house, covering nearly every available spot or perch there was to be claimed. Soon, the entirety of the living room and connected dining room and kitchen were covered with them, like an inky black sheet of avian disdain. They paused then, once they had massed in full, and seemed to look to Oscar, who removed his hat and surveyed the flock. "Feast!" he shouted, and as one, the whole of the unkindness fell upon both the now dead Nora and the still suffering Jacob, pecking and rending their flesh mercilessly. Jacob screamed in pain, only to find his booms of thunder perfectly timed, ringing out to muffle the sound of his agony. After his second scream ran out into the deafness of the world, two birds thrust their pointed beaks into his mouth, snatching out his tongue entirely. His screams became gurgles as his blood filled his mouth and throat. All about his body, holes had been pecked open, and an unrelenting throng of piercing beaks darted in and out of them, pulling from his ruined form muscle and sinew and veins and cartilage, which the birds feasted upon greedily. As he felt the life begin to drain from him, his vision began to fade. For as they took so rapaciously to the whole of his body and face, the ravens left his eyes as a cruel mercy, so that he might look upon the architect of his torment. There before him, watching proudly from his one good eye, Oscar approached him and leaned in to whisper of what remained of his one remaining ear. His voice was not the weak creaking of his time before his death, nor the warm, humble voice he had first arrived with, but rather now Oscar spoke with an indescribable gravity. Even as his mostly pecked-away ears could hear practically nothing, Oscar's voice rang as true and as clear as any he had ever heard, if not more so. "Hello again, Jacob," he said, almost as though he were speaking directly into his mind. "Your hospitality, that, and you of your wife, was rather lacking. Allow me to show you mine in kind." Oscar gripped the shaft of the spear which pinned Jacob to the wall, and seemingly without much of any effort at all, twisted it, ripping the already large wound in his shoulder larger. The long, wide, flat blade of it began popping his ribs as it turned within him, and Jacob now hadn't even the throat or air with which to scream. After a moment in which seemed like the blink of an eye, the spear was pulled free from his now destroyed upper torso, and before his body could even fall to hit the ground, he felt it plunged without hesitation or mercy in and through his chest. The sensation lasted but a moment, and then all was black and silent. Time ceased to be anything he could process or understand. Being itself became incorporeal and alien, almost as though it was not being at all. Yet after a mere moment, which stretched to a point of feeling infinite, the darkness lifted, and the sight of a grand banquet hall materialized in his vision. He was seated at a small table, upon which sat an empty golden plate, an empty golden chalice, and a golden fork and knife, all of which shimmered beneath the flickering light of the candle before him and the grand flaming candelabras which hung from the ceiling. Across from him at the table sat Nora, who, though still covered in blood, appeared to have her eyes back. In point of fact, all of her wounds, and his, seemed to have been healed, though the blood and viscera of their prior taking remained clinging to their now naked bodies. Around both of their wrists were strong iron cuffs with chains which ran to the floor. The chains, it seemed, had enough slack so that they might reach out and across to one another, though from their table they could clearly not escape. Jacob reached out and touched his wife's face, caressing it, as the two exchanged looks of bewilderment and terror. Tears flowed freely from her eyes, and she began to whimper in fear. Jacob sought to console his love then. Nora, it's okay, I'm right here. We're alive," he said, each word tinged with confusion and uncertainty. "Not exactly," boomed a voice from the far end of the hall. There, atop a dais, and sitting upon a throne of ornate gold and iron, sat Oscar. He was, however, not dressed as the beggar they had met and consumed, but rather in a long, fine cloak, embroidered with gold. His round, broad-brimmed hat, likewise ornate and embroidered with a craftsmanship unlike either of them had ever seen, hung upon the spire of the high back on the seat. In his hand he held the great spear with which he had killed them, and its golden blade and tip shone brightly against the fires from the grand brazier which burned below. "Us," Oscar? Jacob stammered, rising from his seat and finding just enough chain to stand beside the table. That is one name I have taken, yes. The man himself. However, I think you know now that is not my true name, Oscar boomed.
Who? What are you?
Nora asked, her voice trembling in terror. I am known as Forney, the Ancient One. Hovi, the High. I am Valgatur, and Valjosander, and Valtir, the Great Slaughter, the Chooser of the slain God. I am Ygir, the Terrible. I am Alfur, the All-Father. I, as you can likely now see, am Odin. And you have been found more than merely wanting Nora and Jacob Reese, but to be Vandir, unclean and evil. I sought your hospitality, as is my way, and yet throughout all of my many centuries testing and judging man upon his treatment of his lesser, I have never come across two so wretched and vile as you. And mind you, I am the Lord and Father of those who offer me praise and worship with tributes of blood and sacrifice, and yet you, who make a ritual of death, who relish and revel in the taking of lives, do so not even as tribute to your gods, but simply to feast upon the flesh of my children and make of yourselves gods in your own home. This cannot stand unaddressed, he boomed from the throne. What will you do with us, O All-Father? Jacob whimpered, bowing his head in hopes of supplicating the old god. In times of old, this place, Valhalla, was a place of honor for those who died in battle. Here my warriors would feast and fight and rise again and enjoy the splendor of their ravages and contests for eternity by my side, and elsewhere in my realm here, they still do. However, for you, I have decided to bring you here and invite you to a dinner unlike that you have ever known. Look upon your wife, Jacob Reese. Look upon her and feel that hunger again, Odin said, his voice again carrying itself directly into Jacob's mind, inspiring him a sudden, overwhelming sense of starvation. As his eyes turned to his wife, she looked up to him from her seat, her own eyes wide and terrified. Looking upon her, he found her beautiful in the flickering candlelight which surrounded them. Her lips and cheeks full and red, her eyes wide and gorgeous, and her neckline then. Her neckline so graceful and feminine and utterly irresistible. Jacob turned to her and leaned in, first gently kissing her upon the neck, growing more passionate and intense with every passing moment. Then the kiss became a nibble, gently dragging his teeth along her soft and supple skin. The nibble grew then into a bite, one which found his teeth sinking deep into her flesh and down into her muscle. She screamed in pain, yet Jacob did not stop, not until his mouth was filled with the flesh and blood of her neck, loosed from her body and tasting strangely bitter and wholly revolting. She continued to scream as blood began to spurt from the gashed and open wound below her ear. Jacob chewed greedily before swallowing the bite, and then without will or intent went in for yet another. This time his teeth sank deep into her face, gnawing off the flesh from her cheek. Again, the taste more bitter and more repulsive than any other he'd experienced. And yet still he bit and chewed and swallowed, all not only without will, but against a will he felt to be utterly powerless. No matter how wretched it was or how his beloved screamed in anguish, he simply could not stop. And you, Nora Reese, will you not sup this evening with your husband? Odin boomed. Without a word, just as Jacob had done, Nora complied, gripping her husband's cock and biting it clean off with a single compelled snap of her jaw. Jacob let out a muffled howl of pain as Nora's blood ran down from his chin, his mouth still filled with a portion of her face. She chewed and found the flavor vile and flatly sickening, yet like she could not stop feasting upon it. Soon it was chewed and gone, and as Jacob lunged in to snap a savage mouthful of her naked breast and rend it from her body, she too jumped at him and ripped a large and bloody piece of his shoulder off with her teeth. Odin smiled darkly from his throne as he watched the pair devour each other. "This is now your eternity, transgressors. As my warriors fight and die and rise again, so too shall you feast endlessly upon one another, only to reconstitute and begin all over again. At no point, even once you have devoured the other, will you be remotely satiated. In point of fact, for each bite you take from now until the end of all things, and then even after that, will your hunger grow deeper and more ravenous, never to be satisfied. When your muscles are all but gone, before you awaken again to feast once more, the Draugr, the unliving, shall descend upon your remains to defile them further. You will watch your greatest love ravaged by creatures of unspeakable foulness, and with each passing day of this you will find both your flesh more desiccated and foul, and yet your hunger will never end. This is the toll you must pay for what you have done, and pay it you shall, endlessly now and forever. Enjoy your suppers," Odin declared as he watched the pair continue to weep and moan and scream and gorge themselves on the flesh of the other. Quickly, skin gave way to muscle, which gave way to bone and all the foulness of their innards. Yet still they supped and bit and chewed and swallowed only to go immediately in for another bite, until both had ripped and devoured the flesh from their limbs and torsos, unmasked and blinded the skeletal faces behind their own, and crumpled to the floor, a bloody mess of entrails and gore. Even still, though, without means to even properly move, they tried their mightiest to continue to feed their deepening hunger. And then once all their strength or mobility was gone, the groans and hisses of creatures of unspeakable darkness began to creep in from the shadows, the long, sharp teeth bared, and many possessed of fetid and erect members seeking out the warmth of their prey's bodies. Still awake and alert and aware of everything, the pair watched with what eyes they still had between them as their lover was then violated and further consumed by these undead creatures of the deep. Screams of physical pain rang out, tinged with the suffering of heartbreak and unquenched appetites, all until nothing remained but pain and hunger and an impossible ongoing knowledge of the misery that was, that is, and is still yet to come. In time, mere moments that stretched out forever. Their flesh regrew agonizingly, with stabs of unworldly pain coursing throughout their forms until they were again whole, and again alone, and again desperate for a bitter and vile taste of each other. In the skies above Hatterslev, a storm began to churn. It looked to be a powerful one, and along a quiet street, looking for a home in which to seek some shelter and perhaps some food, Oscar strode slowly, his long, dirty coat hanging down from his shoulders, his broad, round-brimmed hat beginning to catch the first drops of rain. It was likely going to be one hell of a storm. His son had already seen to it.
Part 1. Technician 1. How's it going? Technician 2. Can't complain. Technician 1. Another day in paradise, huh? Technician 2. Another day, another dollar. Technician 1. What are you gonna do, right? and so on. It's enough to make you vomit. And coming from a guy with a job as utterly disgusting as mine, those are strong words. For all the useless things I learned in school, geometry, chemistry, trig 2, chemistry 2, etc., they never taught me what I really needed to know. Why? Because the world was our oyster. Truth is, there are 2 ways an average guy can make a living wage these days. To do a job other people can't do, because their papers don't say they're qualified to do it, or a job other people don't want to do. The can't-dos are for the college grads with the insight to enter the fields that fit the jobs of the age. The don't-wanna-dos are guys like me, guys who thought their studies would give worth to their futures, rather than their futures giving worth to their studies. Guys who expected great big pearls to fall out of that proverbial oyster and land in their laps. So, here I am, a college graduate, listening to this prattle, the dullard's morning mantra. What are you gonna do indeed? Me? I'm 35 years old, a veteran of decent-paying don't-want-to-do jobs. At some point, I found myself providing for a wife and 4-year-old twin girls. It all snuck up on me like a terminal illness. The wife lost all respect for me long ago. The girls are too young to lose respect for me yet, but they'll learn to in time. Your efforts to be a provider may initially entitle you to some appreciation, but this rule is written in water. Observe, youngsters, there are no oysters. There are no pearls. Or, as Oscar Wilde might have told you, the world was your oyster, young millennials. But you used the wrong fork. My partner, Fernando, is another one of us don't-wanna-dos, but he happens to be an exceptional one. I spend a great deal of my day with the guy. He's a character, always smiling and shaking his head the way he does, as though the more absurd it all gets, the more amused he is. The accent is good too, the kind of unabashed Spanish accent where R's are rolling all over the place. Really, you gotta like the guy. 44 years in the books, still fighting to be good-natured, he still cares about stuff. The quality of his work, his family, getting home for what he calls Love Night on Wednesdays. Love Night is sacred to Fernando. I respect it, but I can't relate to it. For a lowly tech like myself, Fernando does some inspired work. If a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep streets even as Michelangelo painted, or Beethoven composed music, or Shakespeare wrote poetry, etc. That was Martin Luther King Jr. talking about my partner, Fernando. Yes, I know, Fernando, me and my quotes. Now that I'm a street sweeper myself, I like that one a whole lot less than I used to. Still, I'm lucky to work under the tutelage of the great Fernando. Stand on the shoulders of giants. Isn't that what they say? Once we get out of the building and onto the road, we have an all right time together. That's really all you can hope for, to have an all right time. What are you gonna do, you ask? Here's the answer. Follow the 43 methods, have an all right time, and go fart in your lunch pail. It's the middle of May. There's a haze of pollen on the windshield where the wipers can't reach. That constant itch in the crooks of your eyes, right in the armpits of your eyes, and that faint feeling in the back of your throat like you're getting sick all the time. Springtime in New Jersey is the drizzling shits. Fernando, chipper as always, seems to be immune to the pollen. Maybe it's that little mustache of his that filters it out. So, we're on the turnpike, 9:20 in the morning. So, your mom is Jewish? Or your dad is Jewish? Asked Fernando. His little mustache is crooked again this morning. He always manages to shave one side a little shorter than the other, just enough so I end up staring at it with mild irritation over lunch. For a guy so detail-oriented, his mustache maintenance is haphazard. My mom is Jewish, I say. Was Jewish. Your mom was Jewish, so that means you're Jewish. That's what they say. You do not look Jewish. He glanced over to confirm his suspicion. Eyes on the road, Fern. And you're right, I don't look Jewish. I got that going for me. Why is that? What do Jews look like? You just said I don't look like a Jew, so you must have some frame of reference. Big nose, afro hair, stuff like that, right? Hairy. That sounds like you, Fern. Fernando looks down at his hairy arms. My God, I am the Costa Rican Jew. The GPS says to take Pembroke Avenue. Fernando taps at the screen. It's been a while since we were down this way. So, what are we doing in a shitty truck? I ask. Going to work, man. Very funny. I mean, what are a couple of Jewish boys doing driving around in a shitty truck without air conditioning? We're supposed to have those suit and tie jobs, aren't we? Someone's got to do the real work, bro. He billows the heat from his shirt. The only thing separating you from the heat of the engine in these trunks is a plate of aluminum, which gets to approximately the temperature of the sun. The heat from the diamond plate flooring goes right through your boots. Some mystery bolt tinks from the undercarriage and spins in the wheel well and rolls down Pembroke Avenue. I hear it all the time. One day, some important bolt will fall off and we'll go rolling down the road ourselves. So, how's the family? Asks Fernando. The family? Fine, I guess. Kids are fine. That's good, man. Yeah, kids are fine. How old are they again? 4? Just turned 4. Man, time flies, bro. No kidding. How about you and the missus? Asks Fernando. Who knows? You gotta stay good with her, bro. Gotta work at it. Know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean, but come on already. I give her all my money. Isn't that enough? Nah, bro. You gotta give it to her. You gotta give it to her, man. He does his best humping gesture from a driving position. Give it to her. Well, she doesn't want it, trust me. Man. He shakes his head. We've been through this a million times, at least every Wednesday. The guy just isn't ready to give up on me. The engine backfires and another mystery screw tinks in the undercarriage. A Hispanic guy watches from the curb. I meet eyes with him in the mirror. Then he's gone. Fernando mercifully changes the subject. Hey, do you know they're bothering me to get new uniforms again? The pleats in my polyester work pants are still crisp. Fern's are worn paper thin, several shades lighter red than mine, save for the faint stains the original color was intended to hide. It takes a lot of washes to get these heavy-duty work clothes worn comfortably thin, and he turned away every uniform requisition form for nearly a decade. Haven't they for years? Yeah, they never learn, bro. Look at this, man. Look how thin it is. He pinches his sleeve between thumb and forefinger. You can see the light through it. Yeah, I know, you've showed me. Gotta stay comfortable, man. I dry clean these. If I put them in the washer, I'm afraid they'll fall apart. You dry clean them? Yeah, man. Isabella thinks I'm crazy. I think she's got a point. Fernando chuckles. That's messed up, man. You're supposed to be on my side here. He slaps my thigh. Didn't feel it, I say. My pants are too thick. You see that, man? I told you. Your ball's gonna be sweating. Observe, youngsters. That's what I took away from my college education. Sweaty balls. The GPS says to stay right at the fork. In another mile, we'll make a left on 13th Street. In another 5 miles is North Avenue, then Maple Street. That's where the job is. Fernando glances over. So, you gonna lead this one? I look at him mid-yawn. Suddenly, I'm not so tired. The lead? You mean, I wasn't planning to. Gotta do it sometime, you know? I considered it a moment. A million scenarios run through my mind, all bad ones. Why don't we have a look first? We don't need to decide now. Man, what a rookie. Big, small, same thing. You know that. Yeah, so they say. But this is veteran thinking, that size isn't a factor. I tend to think if you haven't quite mastered the finesse that only comes with years of experience, you're probably better off learning in more forgiving conditions. This is greeny stuff, admittedly, but after 8 months I'm still pretty green. And come on, I'm not supposed to be a technician. I'm supposed to be a novelist. Or professor. Something like that. You know how it is, I say. Let's not play make-pretend idealism. Yeah, I know. All right, we'll check it out first. I'm yet to lead a job. The first guy I'd partnered up with was a 17-year vet who'd since retired. That was an easy one, though. An old lady whose alarm didn't work. All we needed was a wire. The next was with Fernando, also a disabled alarm. And all we needed was a screwdriver. Still, I'd been nervous. It takes time to make all the methods second nature, and this is critical for the split-second decisions needed to improvise on the go. It's a principle of the job. Methodology, principle number 3. Improvisation in unexpected conditions. Making quick decisions and executing them correctly depends a lot on these details. Same as a painter would tape carefully over woodwork, or a carpenter would measure twice before cutting a board. Fernando's experience is most obvious in the job's subtleties, including his own finicky little preferences. His insistence on a soft, worn-out uniform shirt and thin-soled sneakers. Steel-toed boots were the industry standard, but you can't feel your feet on the ground, he'd explained to me. Important for leverage and control. He even takes the insoles out of his shoes. Fernando isn't exactly a physical specimen. He relies heavily on technique, also a principle of the job. The first, in fact. Methodology principle number 1. Technique first. Also commonly described, technique, technique, technique. We pull up to 5664 Maple Street at 10:05 a.m. All right, so what do we have here? Asks Fernando. He hadn't even glanced at the work order. With experience, the techs become comfortable enough to walk into a job cold, confident they can handle whatever it is. They constantly drill it into our brains to always be prepared, but veteran guys like Fern seem to rely more on their instincts. I typically won't give him any info besides the address until we get there, and he decides our approach on the spot. Flustered as always, I fumble through the itinerary to find some specifics. All right, here it is, Harold Chapman, 5664 Maple Street. Says he's expecting the carpet cleaners. Big wine stain in the living room. Shit. We got the carpet cleaners, right? Yeah, man, we're all good. All right. So, that's all I got. Remind me to thank Dispatch for the generous details. He releases his seatbelt. So, what do you think? You want to try it or what? My heart starts going. It always did to some degree, but now it was really going. I don't know, man. Maybe not. I'll back up. Man, you gotta try soon, you know? Yeah, I know, I say. Now isn't the time. There's no description or anything. I know what you're gonna say. Size doesn't matter, but I'd rather know. Okay. You just really pay attention, all right? Gotta learn something new every time. You got it, Fern. All right, man. He checks the mirrors, then opens the door and rolls out. Fern isn't exactly a fat guy, but strangely proportioned, like a big bowling pin. He walks like one, too. A goofy, waddling way about him that might lead you to believe he can't move the way he does. But when he needs to, he can really move. I get out and shut the door and slide open the side door and grab the carpet cleaner. I wonder if the thing even works. The cord is wound tightly around the handle and tucked through the coil like a noose. What are you bringing? I say. Me? Screwdriver. You sure? Shit, man, if I can't fix it with a screwdriver, nobody can fix it. He chuckles his mischievous chuckle. Fernando always pronounces screwdriver with at least 5 syllables. Nervous as I am, I have to grin. I lift the carpet cleaner out and let it clunk onto the pavement. Fernando's work phone rings. He flips it open and puts it to his ear. Yo. He holds up a finger for me to wait, and I lean there on the carpet cleaner. The street is empty. No one in the windows. A few moments later, Fern's head is shaking. Man, you gotta be kidding me. We just got here. I told you shouldn't have sent him out alone. Yeah? We're in the middle of a job right now. Yes? All right. Sure, I'll let you know. All right, bye. He snaps the phone shut and drops it in his pocket. He looks pissed. What is it? Your buddy Alex went out by himself and made a mess. We gotta help post-job. Alex isn't my buddy. That's just how Fernando makes it clear that someone isn't his buddy. He's always your buddy. What happened? I don't know, man. You don't have his number, do you? A message came into dispatch through the system. Alex won't use his phone for work. Nobody has his number. Where is he? Orange Oaks, about 45 minutes. I told her we're in the middle of something. If we stall, maybe she'll send someone else. He sighs. Damn it. Isabella's gonna be pissed if I'm late for love night. Pissed. Fernando had explained to me several times that Wednesday was his and his wife's love night. That's what he calls it anyway. And in case you're wondering, yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. Corny as it sounds, there's also something enviable about Fernando's little midweek holiday. My wife doesn't even look at me unless she has to. If it weren't for the kids, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have anything to do with me at all. He flips his famous screwdriver the way he does, the flathead flashing in the sunlight, and tucks it in his belt. He could have been a bartender. All right, let's go. Got the glove? Yeah, I got it. Okay, let's do this fast. Maybe we can hurry up and get back on schedule. I'm always in awe of Fernando's apparent comfort before a job. Never any sign of nerves. The same goofy, wobbly walk, side to side on his thin-soled sneakers. We approach the door. I put the heavy machine down and ring the bell. She always gives me shit when I'm late on Wednesday. I tell her there's nothing I could do about it, but she doesn't care. Then, I gotta hear it. The door opens. There he is. Harold Chapman. Big guy, maybe 6'4", maybe 250 pounds. A big boy. Mr. Chapman, how are you this morning? Says Fernando. Thank you for coming on such short notice. This stain is just an eyesore. He pulls the door all the way open and steps back. Fern grins at me. He knows exactly what I'm thinking, and yes, I'm glad I passed on leading this one. No problem at all. I understand, sir. Mr. Chapman motions for us to come in. Fernando goes in first, and I follow, yanking the carpet cleaner over the door sill. Chapman winces, as though I might damage the fine piece of woodwork by doing so. I notice Fernando eyeballing our surroundings as we enter. Methodology principle number 20. Awareness of surroundings. A spill in the living room, right over here. Chapman leads us to the stain, a darker, browner one that I'd expect from wine. Can you believe what that cunt did to my rug? He says. 30-year-old bottle of Chianti. I don't know what I was thinking when I married her. He turned to face us, his cheeks mottled red. So, can you get rid of it? I take my glove out of my pocket and put it on. Chapman watches me queerly for a moment, but returns his look to Fernando. Oh yeah, I can clean it, no problem. And, hey, is that an expensive shirt? All Chapman has on is a white undershirt, but he glances down to check anyway. That's all the time it takes. Fernando plants his heel, pulls the screwdriver and lunges on his right leg. He wields the tool like a fencing sword, and with only the minimum effort necessary, he pushes the screwdriver into Mr. Chapman's eyeball. Methodology principle number 1. Technique, technique, technique. The eyes are the windows to the soul, they say. But to paupers like Fernando, the eyes are just a fast track to the frontal lobe. Mr. Chapman doesn't scream. They never do. It's that short moment of preposterous confusion that allows us to subdue him quietly. The mail-gloved left hand goes over Mr. Chapman's mouth, my left instep on his calf, and my right arm around his neck. The first time I'd attempted this maneuver, I didn't position my foot properly on the calf, and the man came down backwards on top of me. Fortunately, he was half the size of Mr. Chapman here. This time, technique is crucial. Technique, technique, technique. I bend the knee, maintaining my center of gravity, and Fernando scoops out the right leg with his ankle. His arms flail, instinctively reaching to cushion his fall. This is key. We get him down expertly, very gently for a man of Chapman's size, and Fernando straddles him with his knees, pinning the upper arms, and turns his attention to the screwdriver again. There we go. You're okay, bro, he says to Mr. Chapman, as he thumps in the screwdriver with the heel of his hand. He always offers the subjects this kind of consolation. It isn't part of methodology. He's just trying to be pleasant about it. With a good last thump, the screwdriver breaks through the eye socket and sinks to the hilt. Fernando had done it so fast. Chapman hadn't even had time to protest. "You see how I'm using the eye socket for leverage, man?" I nod. Round and round. "You're okay, buddy." "Okay, almost done." The stainless steel flathead screwdriver is Fernando's favorite tool, which he grinds and polishes extra sharp at the tip. It's a round-barreled screwdriver, so he can smoothly work the shaft around the circular rim of the eye socket. The edges of a square-barreled screwdriver grind to the bone and tend to shred the eyelids, he'd explained to me, and cause undue blood spillage. Methodology principle number 11. Avoidance of messes before they happen. Fernando churns the brains. Mr. Chapman wiggles his arms and legs, but these are involuntary reflexes. No threat to either of us. Satisfied that the brain is sufficiently disorganized, I remove my glove from over Mr. Chapman's mouth. Methodology principle number 9. Proper safety precautions. It isn't long before all movement stops. Mr. Chapman is quite sufficiently dead. The next step is to ensure we've made no mess, and if we have, to clean it up. Hold that steady, bro. I hold the screwdriver in place while Fernando tilts Mr. Chapman to check if he had urinated. If he had, he'd quickly remove the pants to keep from messing the carpet. If he hadn't, he wasn't going to urinate anytime soon. He obviously hadn't shit his pants. When they do that, it's obvious right away. To Fernando, this is the most distasteful part of the job. "Did he make pee-pee?" I ask. "Nah, looks good. Hold that steady." A lifeless human head is more unwieldy than you'd think, particularly a big one. If I let it go, it will tilt over and spill its liquefied contents onto the rug. I've only made this mistake once, and the result was unpleasant enough to teach me my lesson. Fernando's phone rings again and he gets goofily to his feet. "Just hold him steady for a minute, man. Don't spill that." "I got it." Fernando frowns at the phone and holds it to his ear like it's something filthy. It's the office again. Yeah, we're post-jobbing the Chapman place. "Hey, do you know we have that stakeout later, right? We can't just drive all over New Jersey helping people out, man." He stands listening for a moment. I can hear the dispatcher's cool, reasonable tone in the receiver. "Bro, I don't know what your buddy did, but they want us to break off right away and go help him." "You mean leave this here?" I said, but he was listening to the dispatcher again, with a finger in his other ear. I looked down at the body of Mr. Chapman next to his wine stain. If he'd only known why his wife really spilled that Chianti on the carpet. Soon, she'd have enough money to buy all the old Chianti she wanted. And, at the end of the day, Fern will be able to afford a nice bottle for love night. Me? I'll have plenty for my six-pack. Chapman will have no trouble waiting for us to get back and post-job, but the idea of leaving a body behind on a Tier 1 is highly off the book, the same as an unfinished job, an act of neglect, subject to discipline, even discharge. Fernando is pacing through the living room now. I'm no veteran of PHA, but I've been there long enough to know what this conversation is about without hearing both sides of it. Fernando, the dispatcher, and Alex are all trying to cover their asses. Claire, back at the office, needs us to break off and help Alex immediately, but doesn't want to say it outright, because she'd be advising us to work against Principle 19. Methodology Principle number 19. No job left uncompleted. Fernando knows that, and has no problem disregarding Principle 19 as long as it's by way of the greater Principle 4. Methodology Principle number 4. Work as directed. As far as Alex goes, he's in some serious predicament, and likely at fault for it. He put up a big red flag, but sent it into the system without telling Claire exactly what's wrong. Claire knows this, and stands to be blamed for not handling the situation properly if things go south. Claire also knows that Alex is being quiet because a little help might alleviate the whole situation, and no reports will need to be filed, and nobody will be in trouble. But for all of this to go smoothly, at least one of them has to put their ass on the line, and it's not going to be Fernando. I'll break off, Claire, but only if you tell me to, bro. I'm not going unless you're officially directing me to. So, What do you want me to do? He rolls his eyes at me. My arms are getting tired. Mr. Chapman has a head like a watermelon. I can feel the stew sloshing around in his skull. Thank you. See? Was that hard? Don't worry. I'll leave matches in the mailbox. Yes, yes. Alright, I'll let you know. Okay. Bye. He closes the phone and puts it in his pocket. From his other pocket, he produces a book of matches and kneels down and puts it in Chapman's pocket. He doesn't say anything. I can tell he's annoyed. So much for Principle 19, I say. I know, man. Fernando paces around annoyedly for a moment. Oh, you see how I push with my back foot? From the heel to back foot. You see why I like sneakers? Yeah, I saw. Good. I hold Chapman's head steady while Fern grabs a roll of black tape and a rag, and we pack the rag into his empty eye socket and rip lengths from the roll of tape and paste them over his eyes, sealing it shut. Still, I take 2 brass bookends from a nearby shelf and set each one next to each other. They should keep his head nice and straight until we get back, but the rag and tape will prevent a leak if they don't. Okay, man. Let's go see what's going on with your buddy. He seems to be lightening up already. I'm glad for that. On the way out, Vern drops a matchbook on the front stoop and kicks it over so the PHA letters are visible. Then we get in the truck and punch the address for Alex's job in the GPS and leave. The way things are going so far, Love Night is far from certain. Part 2. We're mostly quiet on the way to Orange Oaks, dreading the mess that awaits us at Alex's job. The adrenaline from the Chapman job had run its course, and now I'm tired again. I've been sleeping terribly lately. Most nights I just pass out on the couch. Ashley watches her shows in the bedroom, and I sit, drinking my beer in the living room. Sometimes I watch TV. Sometimes I read magazines. Last night I just kind of sat there. That's just the way things are right now. Fernando has been rubbing his bald scalp. Take this out, man. Keeping his eyes on the road, he tilts his head to show me a fresh scab on top, about the size of a quarter. Ouch. What happened? Dude, I was hammering some nails sticking up when the floorboards back down, and of course Angelica wants to help me. So I'm down there, and she's helping with his little ball-peen hammer I had from somewhere, and she goes, "Daddy, I'm Handy Manny." Some cartoon she likes. Anyway, the hammer hits me before I can even look up. I see stars. I go down. I don't know how long I was out. I get up and get this. She's watching Handy Manny. You were knocked out? How cold, man. I swear these kids are trying to kill me sometimes. I still have a scar from the paint stripper. I remember that one. I wish I didn't, man. I remember this. He lifts up his pant leg to show the hairless mound of scar tissue, with the broomstick and the spokes. That one knocked me out too, man. Jesus. How many times have you been knocked unconscious? A dozen maybe. But like 10 from the kids. What's the saying? How sharper than a serpent's tooth is to have a thankless child? Fern looks sideways at me. Chew in your quotes, man. English is Fernando's second language. Sometimes it takes him a second to work out a sentence with unusual syntax. Shit, man, says Fern. I don't think they're thankless, I just think they're trying to kill me. The GPS tells us our destination is on the left. As we pull up in front of the house, I see Alex's truck backed into the driveway, the bulkhead door wide open. He must be in there. If he isn't, he's blatantly disregarding Principle 18, an act subject to discipline. Methodology, Principle 18, vehicle security. Fernando parks the truck and they get out and approach the vehicle. I knock gently on the hood and Alex's head pops up in the cargo area. He must have been cooping back there for a while. Not a good sign. He slides the door open and invites us in. Even in the dark of his new uniform clothes, you can see he's soaked in sweat and blood. Jesus, I'm glad to see you guys. There's blood in the whiskers of his chin. He'd been struck in the lip. What's the matter, man? He just kept coming. I couldn't get him down. You didn't butterfinger it, did you? I say. No! He didn't get away. He's dead, but Jesus. Head like a... I don't even know. Alex was exhibiting all the symptoms of what PHA techs call blood fever, a major league freakout after a messy job. This is forgivable. There isn't a technician I know of that is innocent of freakouts. Even Fernando had lost it a few times in his fledgling years. We all have stress-related dreams about work, too. It's something about burning nasty chemical images in the brain with adrenaline as a kind of catalyst. Or, at least that's how it was explained to me. Just shop talk, really. My own dreams are the nervous type. A recurring nightmare of mine is driving all the way back to headquarters and realizing I'd forgotten to pick up a body. Another is that I'd taken a nap and slept right through my lunch break. In these dreams, I'll wake up past sundown with a full barrel in the back and 2 incomplete jobs. The dreams diminish as time goes on, but I still have 1 or 2 a week, and Fernando is never in them. In my nightmares, I'm always alone. Sounds like we got a mess in there, man. God, yeah. You guys have a carpet cleaner, right? Yeah, we got one. Thank Christ. What did you use? Fernando asks him. Alex's silence was telling. After a long moment came the admission. A Louisville Slugger, he says. The customer requested it? Suggests Fern. Occasionally, the customer wants to choose the manner of death, and a technician is selected according to their personal preference. Luckily, these kinds of thematic requests are rare. All 3 of us know the truth, that Alex had been careless. Fern is just busting balls. No, I just... Oh, it usually works fine, you know? 1, maybe 2 lumps. Alex is a 3-year guy. Not green, but certainly not beyond a mistake. A baseball bat is a careless and unprofessional way to perform a job, and it's clear he'd gotten too cocky in his limited experience. It's better to be overly careful than cocky and reckless. To use the right tool for the job. That's a principle. Methodology principle number 35. Proper tools for the appropriate applications. This is never a baseball bat. The senior techs say it best. A baseball bat is for baseball. Alex is a known basher, meaning he likes to do his jobs with blunt objects. The advantage of bashing is the decreased need for accuracy, but the drawback is the potential for a big mess. And a bat is a terrible instrument to bash with. Everything from lack of concealability to the extra space it takes to wield it. After this is over, he'll have to seriously rethink his methods. Unless there is no after this. Man, what the hell are you using a bat for? Don't you have a crackjack in there? Yeah, it was dumb. I know, it was. It was just kind... Oh, it's a bad habit. Fernando shakes his head and peeks out the windshield for unwanted attention. Methodology principle number 20. Awareness of surroundings. Nobody anywhere. All right, let's have a look, Fernando says. I'll grab the cleaner, I say. We walk up the stairs to the porch. You can smell the blood before we even get to the screen door. Bro, you gotta be kidding me, says Fernando. He opens the door and I take a deep breath of fresh air before I go in. Inside, it looks like the set of a slasher film. Smears on the tile floor, spatter on the walls, bloody footprints on the carpet beyond the kitchen. Both the victims and Alex's. A bloody handprint on the calendar hung on the refrigerator door, as though marking down some special occasion. Alex looks ashamed, like a kid who's just broken a window. Bro, this is amateur shit right here, man. I know it. Out in the dining room, a table is collapsed on splayed legs, a red stucco mess down the middle, broken dishes, a bloody tablecloth bunched up on the floor, glops of aborted matter all over the carpet. A strangeness suddenly comes over me as I realize how much of the man I am seeing before I see the man himself. Sometimes it's these little oddities that leave the biggest impressions on me. At times I find myself thinking, you know, this really is the strangest job. Last week, I took the family to the mall. Ashley and I and the kids were sitting in front of Orange Julius, and I was watching the 2 girls behind the counter make milkshakes and ice cream sundaes for a group of carefree teenagers. The twins were enjoying their ice cream, and I was thinking, what a pleasant job those 2 young ladies have. I pictured that one of those girls marries some old rich guy, maybe a guy with a lot of money and not much else. She has an affair with the young, handsome pool boy. Maybe realizes she made a big mistake marrying the old man after all. But that's all right. She can divorce the guy and make out like a bandit, right? Some long, ugly divorce proceedings later, Fernando and I find her name on our clipboard one morning. Customer requests suffering. Please bash. Picture confirmed. Thanks. There are 43 work methods to follow as a technician of Pale Horse of the Apocalypse, Inc. I kind of added my own unofficial principle number 44. Leave work at work. It's easier said than done, but I do make it a point to try. Fernando says it becomes easier with experience, but I watch those girls pouring strawberry syrup over the ice cream with those dark, wet chunks of strawberries, and no matter how hard I tried not to picture it, all I saw were those clots of gore that end up everywhere when you bash a guy's brains all over the place. Simmons usually does those jobs. He's got these Mark McGuire arms, uses a pipe bender. The real strawberry sundae is in the living room. Back on Maple Street in Turnersville is a job murdered so neatly and professionally it could have been filmed for a PHA instructional video. This one, however, was fit for a gag reel. The scene is reminiscent of the Big Bang itself, a great explosion of organic material. Proper bashing kills have been likened to flipping a steak on a grill. One flip. That's one strike on one side, one on the other side if needed. No more. Unless you've got one of those Simmons jobs where you were supposed to make a great big mess. The man, African American, age indeterminable by his prison condition, looks as though Alex had struck him 24 times. One of our little rules, not acknowledged in methodology for the sake of political correctness, is not to bash African Americans. They are thought to have particularly durable heads. PHA does not condone or tolerate racial insensitivity, but after a number of blunders like this in the past, it's practically implied. Just smeared his brother all over the house, man. I know it. Never again with the bat. Bro, you'll be lucky if there is an again. Oh, you don't think they'll fire him, do you? I say. Fernando shakes his head. Dude, we'll do what we can. That's all I can tell you. That's an honest mistake, man, protests Alex. You honestly broke like 10 work methods, bro. You got matches? Yeah, says Alex, and reaches into his pocket. Throw one on the table there. No, you know what? Put one on the mailbox. He stands, hands on his hips, assessing the apocalyptic mess. Put 2 on the mailbox, bro. 2? Alex says. We're gonna be here a while, bro. And if they're gone before we're done, you're putting out another one. I'll do it, I say. Alex sighs but offers no argument. He hands me 2 matchbooks. On the flag in the mailbox, man, says Fernando. If there is one. If not, just make it kind of visible. All right, I say. I walk nonchalantly to the mailbox, checking my surroundings, checking for faces in windows, stopped cars, exhaust plumes, brake lights, etc. Methodology principle number 20, awareness of surroundings. I open the matchbook and put it around the flag and close it so the red PHA is easily visible. It holds there nicely. I can only imagine the feeling a cop would have seeing one of these little red logos. I still get excited at the sight of a $1 bill on the ground, and we technicians make an above-average living. For a cop, it would be like finding a $5,000 bill. Imagine that. Not too bad at all. Methodology principle number 39, discretionary use of matchbooks. I slide open the door and gather all the stuff in the cargo area we might need so I won't have to come out again for more before we're post-jobbed. Methodology principle number 6, the right way the first time. I roll the drum out the back of the vehicle and set it on its wheels and put in all the cleaning stuff and roll it up to the porch. I grab both handles and walk it carefully up the steps, maintaining the natural curve of my spine and establishing firm footing with each step. Methodology principle number 32, proper lifting and lowering guidelines. Inside, the guys had gotten most of the corpse on plastic. Fernando was spraying bloodbuster solutions on the walls and had set Alex to deal with all the particularly icky stuff, notably brains, and he's scratching bits of gore out of the carpet and into properly indicated biohazard bags. Methodology principle number 42. Proper containerization equipment. While Fernando works in the walls, I fire up the carpet cleaner. I hear the clink of bone fragments sucking up the intake and catching on the filter, the sudsy water running pink up the hose, sometimes gushing plain red. It's amazing sometimes to see how much liquid can come out of a person. It's 1:30 by the time we're carrying the full barrel down the porch steps. Alex and I hoist it onto the back of the truck and slide it across the time-smooth diamond plate. Fernando was barking at his wife on the phone in Spanish. "Thanks, guys," says Alex. "That's all right." Fernando flips the phone closed and stuffs it in his pocket. Then he frowns and pulls it back out and dials again. "You have much more to do today?" asks Alex. "One more, in Newton." Fernando is waddling down the driveway, phone at his ear, gesturing with his free hand the way he always does when he's worked up. I figure he's probably trying to get out of the Newton job. "I'm thinking about switching to popping," says Alex. "Fernando teach you how to do it?" "I've only done backup," I say. "But yeah, he's teaching me." Alex is staring at his boots, playing with the gravel. "You practice at home on anything?" "Nah, my wife thinks I'm a warehouse manager. She'd start to wonder if I started stabbing dummy heads in the garage, and she's probably looking for an excuse to get rid of me anyway." "Oh, that's right, I forgot you're married." "Yeah." Alex is one of those single guys you don't know whether to pity or envy for it. Either way, it's easy to hate them. Fernando comes back, the phone closed in his hand. "All right, man. You get to go home early and we get to do more work." "They're bringing me in?" "Yeah, that's what they told me to tell you. Terry said to bring coffee on the way back." Am I in trouble?" "I don't know. Light with cream and a sweet and low." Alex doesn't answer, just walks dejectedly down the driveway, walking it off. I'm rolling the carpet cleaner back to our truck when he comes back. "They're gone," he says. "What's gone?" "The matchbooks. Both of them." "Oh. No kidding." "It's probably that damn carpet cleaner," says Fern. "I think probably dimmed all the lights in the neighborhood. Someone called the cops." "Did you tell them we matched out?" says Alex. "I told them you flopped 2 books, but it needed to be done." He's wiping down his hairy arms with a shop towel. "Could have been worse, man. And this was a 2-tier job, so it's not a loss or anything. 15 grand at least." His phone rings yet again. He frowns and answers it. "Yeah, Claire." "Yeah?" Fern is smiling now. "Sure, that's a great idea." "Why didn't I think of that?" "Yeah, ma'am, I'll tell him." "Okay, bye." He hangs up. "Okay, Alex, I'm bringing you in. But first, you gotta pick something up." Besides coffee?" "Yeah, besides coffee." Fern punches Chapman's address into Alex's GPS and tells him where we left the matchbooks so we can grab them on the way out. With that, Alex is off to Maple Street in Turnersville. It's going to be a while before poor Alex is back on the road again, and by that time, he should have very different sensibilities. As we pull away from the house, though, something occurs to me. "Fern?" "Yeah, bro." "How the hell is Alex going to get Chapman out of the house and into a barrel by himself?" Fernando pauses, then wheezes laughter. "He's a professional, man. He'll figure it out." "Well, if he throws out his back, at least he'll have a couple of months to rest it." "At least a couple." "That's funny, bro." I picture the mammoth man lying next to his good Chianti stain. Let's hope he puts those bookends back. Part 3. A day in the life of a Pale Horse of the Apocalypse Inc. technician, or as my coworkers like to call it, another day in paradise, begins at 9 a.m. Each team, usually a veteran and an apprentice, is given an agenda, which may include a combination of killing, stakeouts, and/or assists. in what dispatch estimate should amount to a suitable workday. As you might have guessed, they're hardly ever on the money. One day you might get back to home base with 3 full barrels by early afternoon, and the next, you might roll in at 9 p.m., with nothing but assists to show for it. If a particular workday is important to you, a PHA technician is not your type of job. Regular recertifications are required, so it isn't unusual to be relegated to training rather than sent out on the road. You can expect to be sent to training 3 or 4 times a month, or for extended periods if you screwed something up, like Alex had. In this way, training doubles as a form of discipline. Some of these training recertifications include methodology, biohazard and disposal, form and formalities, tools and applications, and practical safety. Methodology, if you haven't figured it out by now, is the set of principles by which we work. Each technician is expected to memorize all 43 of them, their explanations included, and we're routinely quizzed at random. Most of us can rattle them off without a problem, but mastering the principle on a practical level requires years of repetition, putting them into practice and repeating them until they become second nature. Fernando is a good example of a technician whose instincts have been modeled around proper methodology. Whether he can recite them or not has no bearing on his work at this point. He just knows them. Biohazard and disposal certifications include blood and body fluid safety and canning. The cans, corn-based 60-gallon drums, are used for carrying back, transporting, and disposing of corpses. These drums are handled under strict guidelines during transportation, both back to the hub and out to the incineration station. I've never been to the incineration station. Fernando has. He says the corn-based barrels and flesh burning smells like a cookout. Form and formalities is a brief certification but changes the most often. Those matchbooks are the basis of our formal dealings with the law. They aren't discussed between police and agencies, only quietly redeemed for cash, $5,000 apiece, and $10,000 for the black ones. The potential for these payoffs is factored into the cost of the job and paid for by the customer. Think of it as insurance. The incentive to keep the system quiet, unabused, and effective is self-evident. Practical safety is another pretty easy one. Bites, cuts, sprains and strains, etc. Safety precautions and equipment. Most of the veteran guys have bite scars. A man in his death throes can bite like a pit bull. Fernando and I were in the last practical class together, and the trainer had borrowed him as a kind of visual aid. I knew he'd been bitten a couple times, but it turned out he had bite scars all over him, at least 10 still visible. One on his forearm was from choking a chinless man. This was so long ago he hadn't even started popping yet. He had a few on each leg from pinning attempts and one on his shoulder from a sloppy maneuver he couldn't quite explain. This in itself was telling. If you can't explain what happened, your technique was likely improper. The point of this display? Methodology principle number 1. Technique, technique, technique. Interestingly, with all these methods and principles, you'd think we'd have specific tools training, but no, we don't. Tools and techniques attain legitimacy through repeated successes, tried and true methods, like Fernando's screw-a-driver or Olivetti's choke, are both good examples. Every technician has his own strengths and weaknesses, and will adapt these successful tools and techniques into what works best for him. Bad, loud, or excessively destructive weapons are prohibited, but if creative freedom is allowed anywhere at PHA, it is in this area. We walk into Fortissimo restaurant at 3:15, more or less on schedule. Fernando has on his plain red cap, the one with the camera embedded in the brim. He's in a fine mood now. Looks like he's going to be on time for Love Night after all. This is a stakeout. Most of the time, at least 2 stakeouts are performed prior to a Zone 3 job, like commercial. This is also a Tier 2 job, subject to be left on scene. Jobs like these are prepared for carefully. By the time the technician comes in for lunch, he'll have all the information he needs without ever having shown his face here prior. The target is the proprietor, John Frizzelli. The job has Mafia written all over it. Organized crime-related hits are out of alignment with our code of ethics, but the money for a Zone 3 Tier 2 job is too much for our sales team not to feign ignorance. Tier 2 Zone 3s almost always stink of organized crime. When somebody wants a body to be left in public, it is more often than not to make a point. The unspoken truth is, where highly professional jobs need to be carried out, PHA is the industry standard. Carrying out your own mob-related hits in this day and age is akin to filing your own tax returns. When there's a lot at stake, the obvious choice for anyone with money is PHA. So, ethical or not, we end up with our share of mob jobs. "What do you say as this one?" Fernando says. Olivetti. "Big Oliver. I bet he grabbed some lunch first." "Well, we'll report on the food, too." The host leads us to a booth, and I sit facing the door. Fern orders an antipasto appetizer. He shifts uncomfortably in his seat and reaches down and pulls out his screwdriver and lays it on the table next to his silverware. "Why'd you bring that?" I say. He shrugs. "Principle 2, bro." Methodology Principle 2. Preparedness. Always be prepared. Fair enough. But could you put it somewhere else? It's clean, man. I know, it just doesn't belong on the table next to the silverware. God, what's wrong with you? Seriously. All right, I'll put it in my sock. He leans to the side and tucks the screwdriver in his black dress sock. Your table manners have a lot to be desired, Fern. Frankly, you've got no business in a nice place like this. He chuckles. I'm just a country boy. Give me a break. A Costa Rican country boy? I say. Yeah, bro. There's two kinds of us down there, man. The country ones and the city ones. I'm from out in the country. We didn't even have electricity growing up, man. Is that right? Yeah, bro, just candles. No TV? Do you know a TV that runs on candles, man? I grin. So, what did you do for entertainment? He has to think about this for a minute. Then his face shows the recollection of a fond memory. Do you know what I did? You tie tin cans together, then you tie them to a horse's tail, and then you slap the horse in the ass and it runs like crazy. They're scared shitless while the cans clank around. Funny shit, man. I mean, that's mostly what we did. I let this sink in for a minute. That's what you did for fun. Yeah, man. We always had tin cans. That's what you used to hold the candles up, man. A few minutes later, I'm sketching a rough layout of the dining room in my notebook, and Fernando is looking around with his hat on, taking video footage. The waiter comes by with our appetizer and drinks, and we tell him, to his visible dismay, that that's all we'll be having today. We've got work to do. The front door opens, and a gigantic, well-dressed figure enters. Gigantic, well-dressed, and visibly annoyed. The host approaches him while I watch. It isn't long before I realize whom I'm looking at. That's the guy. There. Fernando tilts a shiny butter knife on end and looks in the reflection behind him. If it were anyone but Fernando, I'd have told him, don't look now, but Fern is a pro. You sure, man? I nod. I'd studied the pictures in the work order. There's no mistaking the profile alone. The back of his neck bulges with obscene bunches of fat. He makes Chapman look like a fitness model, a walrus of a man. He's a big boy, Fernando says, still gazing into the side of the knife. Frizzelli is chastising the host somehow. I put in my earbud to listen along, a Bluetooth device attached to my recorder. I'm curious to hear what the hubbub is about. Fernando watches along in the reflection. Can't you do anything by yourself? How am I supposed to trust you to keep this place running if you can't handle a fucking toilet? I'm sorry, I tried the plunger. If it was a plunger thing, we wouldn't be having this conversation, believe me. Ain't there anyone you can call for shit like this? Well, yeah, but I thought you might want to look at it before some Gavin comes in here and charges us who knows how much. What are you, a fucking idiot? No, sir, What do I say about taking initiative? You said to take initiative. What did I say about it? Am I speaking fucking Chinese here? No, sir. That is the core of fucking management. If you can't take fucking initiative, How are you supposed to fucking manage? I understand, sir. I will from now on, I promise. Lesson learned. Oh, he's fucking perturbed, I say. I can tell, man. I nod. Said there's a problem with the bathroom or something? I hand Fern the Bluetooth earbud. He listens amusedly and watches the exchange continue. After a while, he sets the knife down. There's gonna be a problem, man. Olivetti's a choker. Fernando has that look on his face, the gears grinding. I nod in understanding. He doesn't mean Olivetti is the type to fold under pressure. He's referring to the way Olivetti kills his marks. Choking is one of the few bloodless kills on the menu, making him a popular choice for Zone 3 jobs where post-jobbing needs to be done in a hurry. These jobs are usually performed in quiet, private areas. Bathrooms are a good choice. Mercifully, Frizzelli would be left on scene. Moving a body that big is a lofty endeavor. All his kills are chokes, I say. Hates blood. Fern bends an eyebrow at me. Can you picture choking that guy, man? I look at Frizzelli. I try picturing my legs around his midsection, a forearm clamped under his chin. Even in my imagination, I can't do it. As if Frizzelli somehow senses my thoughts, he glances over. Quickly, I look down. You're right, I say. You can't choke out that guy. That's one big fucker right there, man. They say Olive could strangle a bull. Fernando chuckles. He could, bro. I seen him. The guy's good. But a bull has a neck. We watch in the bar mirror as Frizzelli walks to the back. The waiter comes by to check if we haven't changed our minds about ordering entrees. Fern tells him we're fine. He leaves and Fern pulls out his phone. I'm calling Olive, man. Here? Just keep an eye out, man. I hear Olivetti's phone ringing through the receiver. I pop a bruschetta in my mouth. Olive, it's Fernando. He speaks quietly, checking constantly for anyone within earshot. No one around. No patrons. No waiter. Like 400 pounds, bro. No shit. You can't do the guy, man, seriously. It's not a good idea. He's got no neck or anything. Yeah, and if you end up under him, yeah, well, or if you want. I know, bro, split it with you. Either way, bro. Okay. This goes on for a minute before they have an agreement. Fernando hangs up. I'm gonna do him, Fern says. We're splitting the check. All right. When's it scheduled? Fernando bends an eyebrow at me. Hold on, I say. You mean now? Methodology Principle 26, bro. Methodology Principle number 26. Don't hesitate. Trust your instincts. Olive can't do this guy, bro. He needs to be popped. He takes the screwdriver and slides it back under his belt. And there goes my heart. So much for an easy stakeout. You're crazy, Fern. Jesus. Frizzelli's ass is sticking out of the stall when we enter the men's room. Shit is out of order, Frizzelli says, hearing our footsteps. Piss is fine. Fernando waddles ahead of me and motions for me to stand at the urinal. I face the wall and pretend to use it. Fern knocks on the partition and Frizzelli steps backwards out of the stall. You gentlemen all right? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you, sir. Just wanted to ask, are you happy with your current wine distributor? Frizzelli looks tentatively relieved, then annoyed. Believe me, Chico, you couldn't compete with my distributor. You delivery guys? I have that feeling in my thighs, that sour weakness. I can hear my own heartbeat. Everything looks sharper, has a tinge of blue, and I see my reflection in the chrome of the urinal's flush lever. Behind me, the black of an enormous suit jacket. Well, we are offering a free case to any new potential clients. Today only. Fernando's voice shows no sign of stress. For the life of me, I don't know how the hell he does it. And me? Why the hell am I doing this? I'm supposed to be a novelist, a professor, something. Oh yeah? Frizzelli smooths down his lapels and steps forward. What kind of vino we talking here? Fernando has his eye on Frizzelli's shirt. Worry about that stain, man. Frizzelli glances down. That's my cue. There will be no second chance to do this right. I turn from the urinal and jump on Frizzelli's calf and swing my arm around his neck just as Fern lunges in. In one smooth motion, I grab the bicep of my other arm and squeeze. All at once, I understand why Fernando had deemed this man unchokeable. He doesn't budge at all under my weight. It's like hanging onto a brick wall. If he were to get his hands on me, I'd be helpless. Right on schedule. Frizzelli's head bounds backwards, and I know Fernando has struck. Thank God. But something's wrong. Fernando's shoe had squeaked on the tile floor. I'd heard it. He'd slipped. "Shit!" says Fernando. And just like that, Frizzelli bucks me off his back like an angry bull. I bounce against the partition and land on my feet, but I'm disoriented, and I nearly slip myself. Frizzelli stumbles and lands with his back in the urinal, snapping wall tiles like crackers. Somewhere the screwdriver clanks to the floor. Fernando is scrambling to hone in on it. Suddenly, I meet eyes with Frizzelli, an attitude of murder where there'd normally be astonishment. Not astonished at all. In a glance, I know he'd been half expecting this. Above his eyebrow, an obscene tear in the flesh of his forehead. Fern had missed his mark. It happens in a literal heartbeat. The skin splits wide, shrinking back over the bone. For a moment, you're not sure if it's going to bleed at all. Then, all at once, ribbons of blood. Before you know it, it seems like gallons of it are everywhere. The eyebrows, for reasons unknown, are direct portals to the circulatory system. All this had taken place in under 2 seconds, but the irony of Fernando slipping in his thin-soled sneakers had occurred to us both immediately, and things are about to get even more slippery. "You dead fuck!" says Frizzelli, reaching into his jacket. I bolt for the stall, my body electric with adrenaline, bracing for the gunshot I knew was coming. But here comes Fern. He butterfly smacks Frizzelli's wrist, sending the gun skittering across the floor. It careens off the wall and under the partition, knocking the lost screwdriver into view. I pick it up. There's a bit of flesh still dangling from the blade. "You filthy prick!" Frizzelli swings a fist. Fern parries, nearly slips again. Blood is pouring in buckets, and his sneakers are slick with it. But here I come, sneaking up behind Frizzelli in my non-slip boots. My instincts taking over. Fern's drills play in my mind, his work on the dummies back at the hub. You don't have to hit hard, man. Just connect. Let the screwdriver do the work. Thinking too much is what always fucks me up. Stabbing someone in the brain through the eye isn't unlike connecting with a golf ball or throwing a dart. You don't want to think about it too much. Just focus on the target and make contact. Heels planted, I bring the screwdriver around Frizzelli's giant head and plug it in. The blade connects with the rear of the socket. One light out. He spins to face me. Fern wastes no time. He's on his back like a monkey. Frizzelli reaches up and grabs hold of Fernando's left ear. Fern yelps but doesn't let go. He grabs a handful of Frizzelli's jacket and steps on the back of his leg. An audible snap, and Frizzelli is forced to take a knee. Fern stretches the fabric across his mouth and nose. "Goddamn! Kick the balls, bro! Kick the balls!" I wind up and drive my boot into Frizzelli's crotch. And again. Muffled moans from under the fabric. He lets go of Fernando's ear. Fernando arches his back and forces him backwards. They crash down, tile cracking. Fern is sitting behind him, choking him with his own collar, knees against his shoulders for leverage. Frizzelli's face is turning purple. Just like that, I've taken the lead. I straddle Frizzelli and pound the heel of the screwdriver until it sinks to the hilt. Then I stir, chipping away the thin bone of the eye socket. He vibrates, his circuits firing random impulses. Soon the resistance eases, a sensation like a fork in a bowl of Jell-O. I keep stirring. My forearm burns with the acid of exertion. I realize I'm grinding my teeth. Eventually, he is still. Fernando lets go of the jacket and gets to his feet. He rubs his ear. "Good job, man. God damn." I'm too wound up to answer. I feel a little like my own brains have been stirred. "This one's a 30-70, man." "Thanks. You alright?" Yeah, bro. He pulls his screwdriver out and kicks Frizzelli's head sideways. Clots of brain dribble out onto the floor, a grimace frozen on Frizzelli's mouth. A picture is worth 1,000 words. That wasn't always a cliché, mind you. It used to be Confucius. I survey my condition, as we've been trained to do after a disagreeable job. We both managed to stay surprisingly clean, considering the mess. Fern's hairy forearms are smeared from the struggle, but he has on short sleeves and can wash them off in the sink. I have blood on my hands and the seat of my pants, but that's no big deal either. Considering the cataclysmic condition of the bathroom, we managed to walk back into the dining room looking relatively professional. They're going to have to find someone else to fix the toilet. Methodology principle number 32, proper form and formalities. 15 minutes later, Fernando and I are sitting at the table, eating the rest of the bruschetta. Fern sips his mint tea, reading a folded section of the paper he'd grabbed on the way out of the bathroom. He texted Olivetti. All done. Tell you about it later. Waiting for the cops. A smile comes across his face, exposing the silver lining of his veneers. Fucking Hagar, bro. I used to love this one. Here, check it out. He turns the paper around so I can read it. Helga, Hagar's wife, is waiting at home for him to return from work. For the wife of a Viking, a violent, thieving killer, Helga is pretty easygoing, turning a blind eye to her husband's wicked ways and waiting patiently for him to return so that they and their daughter can enjoy some semblance of family life. Hagar comes home drunk again, having spent a night at the pub, undoubtedly attempting to sterilize his soiled conscience with alcohol. Perhaps he is unable to face his family, hoping they'll be asleep by the time he got back, but Helga is fed up with Hagar's nonsense. She'd had it up to here. Helga says something to Hagar, and he says something back. I never get the chance to read the real dialogue. The speech bubbles seem empty to me. Maybe Hagar needs to shape up or ship out. She's sick of his reprobate behavior. But reprobate behavior was Hagar's job. He was only trying to forget it. Maybe drinking the way he did was the only way to adhere to Principle 44. To leave work. At work. Fern's expecting a chuckle, but I'm lost in my imagination at the moment, because it occurs to me suddenly how similar. All at once, red and blue lights wash over the bar. The police. Fernando watches through the mirrors and pops an antipasto in his mouth and sits back and wipes his hands on the cloth napkin. Just look down, May. Just listen. I nod and flip to another page of the paper. 2 policemen enter and the manager hurries over and gestures exasperatedly, motioning to the bathroom. The cops look about, and I look down at the paper. Fernando lifts his arm and rubs the top of his bald head. The high is 90 degrees today, I read. 84 tomorrow. I don't look up. I don't need to. I can feel the cops looking at us. More lights and the door opens, but I keep my eyes on the paper. The employees are whispering hurriedly, the sound of sturdy boots moving to the back of the restaurant. The manager nervously scurries here and there. Slower steps now. 2 sets of heavy boots approaching the table. Fernando and I couldn't appear more ignorant, just enjoying a leisurely afternoon. Afternoon, folks, one cop says, a young rookie, his voice a fabricated baritone. The other officer seems more comfortable, an older fellow with a gray mustache. Comfortable, until a vague look of recognition shows in his eyes. Afternoon, officer, says Fernando, with too many syllables. He peeks outside, pretending to notice the lights for the first time. Did I park illegally, sir? No, sir. There's been an incident. We're going to need to bring you down to the station for some questioning. Questioning? Feel free to join us here. Fernando pushes out a chair and motions for them to sit down. The young cop shakes his head and opens his mouth to speak. Fernando interrupts him. Are we in any kind of danger? Not now, sir. No danger at all, but I'm afraid I must insist you. The older cop steps in, his hand on the young man's back. Gentlemen, have you noticed anything out of the ordinary here this afternoon? Fernando looks at me. I shrug, and he looks back at the officer. No, nothing unusual. Besides this unusually delicious antipasto appetizer. He offers some to the cops. The young one holds up his palms. The older one allows a smile. Any evidence, perhaps? Anything we ought to have a look at? The younger cop looks quizzically at his partner, as if he were witnessing some police procedure he missed at the academy. "Now that you mention it," says Fernando. "Do you know what? I found these on the table." He takes 2 PHA matchbooks out of his breast pocket and puts them on the table. The cop widens his eyes at them, then picks them up and puts them in his pocket. Thank you. I'll submit these for evidence." "Glad to help." "You two ought to hurry along," the officer says, "to make way for the detectives." "I would hate to get in the way. Come on, man. Let's have you go out the side door there, eh? Don't worry about the check." More cherries light up the mirror behind the bar. It's about to get pretty busy in here. "No problema. Let's go, bro." Part 4. We're over the county line by 4:30, on pace to punch out before 5:30. Not only had we gotten all our work done, but someone else's botched job as well. Fernando was happy because he'd have no trouble getting home on time for love night. And I'm a bit enamored with myself for my first successful pop job. On a true bad guy, no less. I almost hate to admit it, but I'm proud of myself. I wasn't supposed to be a technician, you know. I was supposed to be a novelist. Maybe a professor. Something like that. Fernando's phone rings a little way down the highway. He looks at the number and frowns, which means it must be the office. "Yeah? What?" Oh, hell no. "You know Wednesdays are bad, bro." Oh yeah? "How are you going to make it worth my while?" He sits listening quietly for a minute. My mind is still back at Fortissimo. You know, the more I think about it, the most distasteful part of the job wasn't what you'd think. It wasn't the violence. It wasn't the blood. I'd seen bathtubs full of blood today. It was the fresh-faced brand new cop, set out to uproot and destroy evil, having his world turned upside down. Everything he thought was sacred, tossed to the dogs. The realization that right and wrong don't matter nearly as much as he thought they did. I'm sure he's sitting quietly in the passenger seat of his cruiser right now, thinking back to Ethics 101, struggling to pair what just took place with the philosophies of Immanuel Kant, of Aristotle, of Friedrich Nietzsche. Everyone has to lose their innocence eventually, I suppose. Observe, officer. There are no oysters. There are no pearls. But what red-blooded American man, ethical or not, millennial or not, can't find a pearl in a pile of 5,000 clams? Distasteful. Yes, no argument there. But by my age, most people would wipe their ass with an entire Ethics 101 textbook before they soiled a single dollar. Dude, aren't you serious? Fernando is still on the phone with the office. What is it? I ask. He doesn't answer me. Bro, you gotta be kidding me. What is it? I ask again. He glances at me a moment, but he's still listening. Yeah, I know Principle 31, bro, but Principle 31 is an important one. One of the few principles you could be fired for not following. Methodology, principle number 31. Work as directed. Not following this principle is insubordination. Obviously, they're pinning another job on us. Fern looks pissed, but the fight is going out of him. I take out my own phone and sit there looking at it. There'll be no love night at my house either way, but we normally get out pretty early on Wednesdays, and I watch the kids while Ashley goes out doing who knows what. I ought to call her and let her know I may be home a little later than usual. I should, but I don't. I just don't care. A half day, every Wednesday for a month, that's what I want, says Fernando. For doing one more job today? I ask, but Fernando gestures at me to be quiet. I look down at my phone. It occurs to me that a month's worth of early Wednesdays means a month's worth of Wednesdays that I'll be home early. Home with the girls, playing tea time and princesses and dress up. And Ashley will be there, silent and sullen, the underlying truth always resonating in the walls. It's not hate, it's worse. More like nothing than hate. Like a vacuum. You can't talk in a vacuum. You can't hear in a vacuum. You can't breathe in a vacuum. There was a time in my life I would have been excited for a half day in the middle of the work week. Hump day, right fellas? But now, I don't want to go home. The truth, and I know how it sounds, is that part of me never wants to go home again. Fernando swings onto exit 12, jarring me from my thoughts. Sorry, I was daydreaming, I say. It's all right, man. What's wrong? You sound a little forlorn all of a sudden. He doesn't answer. I decide not to pry. So, what are we doing? I ask. Last-minute job. Fast one? Yeah, it'll be quick. I promise. No hurry for me. There's no love night in my house, Fern. No love lost in my house. Yeah, I know, man. We're quiet for a while, headed west on the service road. Quiet road. Why you never tried love night, man? I've been telling you about it forever. I snort at that. Forever? I've only known you for 8 months, and Ashley and I were past the point of no return by then. That's a shame, man. It's the life of Hagar, you know. Is that another one of your quotes? Nah. The comic, like the one you showed me at Fortissimo. Like Hagar. How's that, man? You know, the guy's out plundering and pillaging, doing ugly stuff all day, and you just can't manage Principle 44. Principle 44? Yeah, remember? That's kind of my own principle. Oh, right. Don't bring the work home with you. I try not to. The late-day air is cooler now, providing some relief. Still, the day's sweat just dries on you, leaving you sticky. The trees are thick along the service road. I smack a mosquito that lands on my arm. I think I'm pretty good at it, I say, but I don't think it matters much. These days, I just try not to bring home to work. Fernando regards me with either condescension or sympathy. I can't tell which. And, like Principle 44, I don't suppose it makes a difference. What Hagar still cares, man. I don't know how hard he tries, but he still cares. Oh, I don't know. You think so? Yeah, bro. I wouldn't laugh if he didn't. There's nothing funny about that. We were quiet for a while he drove. I took out my phone again and looked at it, and scrolled to Ashley's icon. The picture is the same one I've had since the beginning. I remember taking it. The two of us at the Olive Garden. That was an extravagant dinner for us back then. We had no money. No money. But we had something else. What was so different now, anyway? What had been so different for such a long time? Why did we let it happen? I've told myself time and time again that it just happens. But does it really? Or is it a cop-out? It hadn't happened to Fernando and his wife. Is it possible for Ashley and me to get to a point again where we could have our own love night? I mean, we'd never call it that. That's too corny, but maybe date night? We can afford a babysitter now. We can even afford a truly extravagant dinner. We could, but maybe I'd just start by taking her back to the Olive Garden. Maybe that's what we could do. Try starting over again. My thumb hovers over Ashley's icon. It hovers there, then withdraws. I shut off the screen and put the phone down on my thigh and hold it there a minute. Then, I put it back in my pocket. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll try caring. That's always the best time to turn over a new leaf, isn't it? Tomorrow. You think it's even fixable? I ask Fern. He sighs. You just run out of options the longer you'll go, man. Eventually, I guess. Maybe you'll just run out of options altogether. Yeah, I say. We pull over in an old wooded lot. The sun is behind the tree line now, and it's a relief. It's been a long, hot, blood-soaked Wednesday. You gotta take a leak or anything? Fern says. Nah, I'm fine, I say. Are we close? Yeah. Fernando stretches his arms overhead. It gave me a month's worth of Wednesdays off. Off? No kidding. I reconsider my idea. Wednesdays off. Maybe I could make a project out of it. Family day? I could talk a lot, even if I don't want to. I could be thoughtful. say nice things. I wouldn't think about work. I'd tell Ashley she looked nice, even if I didn't think so. And the kids. I do stuff with the kids, but mostly I try to focus on Ashley. I try to see her the way I used to. I try. I'm off Wednesdays too, then? I asked hopefully. Yeah, you too, man. Are they paying you? 1 kill's worth a day. Oh, that's great, man. Yeah. Quiet on the road, only the faint white noise of the highway in the distance. The sweat is drying under my scratchy polyester clothes, and the residual blood on the seat of my pants feels tacky on the canvas jump seat. The worn diamond plate floor of the old truck. Blue stuff rocking back and forth in the opaque plastic windshield washer tank. Old bolts rolling down the road one by one. Each day, the things we take for granted slowly disintegrate. All guys like us really have is our families to come home to. The smell of dinner when we open the door. The adoring kids. So happy to see Daddy come home again. That's why we do this in the first place. Isn't it? The realization hits me like a shock. Just like that, I understand. The folly of my ways has never been so completely obvious. Clear as day. It's me. I'm the asshole. This whole time, I've been the problem. I have to fix my marriage before it's too late. God. By now she probably wants me dead. Fernando, I've been thinking. He's turned to face me now, his feet planted flat on the floor, his hands in his lap. Bro, he said. What? That is some stain on your shirt.